we're already a minute late. And I do have at least one apology for lateness. So I would like to no mai haere mai ki tēnei hui. I would like to welcome you to the Pūroro Maherehere Annual Long-Term Plan Long-Term Plan Committee. See, I stuffed up the English there and not the te reo, so. And happy International Women's Day to all the amazing wahine toa on this call. So we'll start with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga, whakataka te hau ki te uru, wrong way round. Kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakora, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei maurio. All right, and we'll go straight to apologies. And I do have apologies for lateness from Councillor Rush and for early departure from Councillor Wolf. Do we have any other apologies? No, okay, I'll move those. Do I have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill, thank you. All right, and we'll vote on those. Thank you. Oh, geez. We don't have our normal buttons. We'll do it with a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Look. All right. Have you got that, Sean?
Yes, so that's carried unanimously.
All right. And then we will move to conflict of interest declarations. Are there any conflict of interest declarations?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest in relation to the recommendation around encroachment licences.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, any others? All right. Then we move on to the confirmation of the minutes. We don't have to vote on your, we just have noted it, haven't we? Interest. So confirmation of the minutes. We'll approve the minutes of Pūroro Maherehere meeting held on 8th of February 2022, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Day? All right, and maybe put your hand up again if we don't have our votes.
That's carried unanimously.
Thank you so much. Now we will go on to public participation, and I would like to warmly welcome Marianne Reid, who's up first. Marianne, you have 5 minutes. If we have any questions, we might go a little bit over, but we'll see how we go. I'm the chair, so I'm all right. Off you go, Marianne. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, are you showing the slides?
Yes, just 1 second.
Thank you. Excellent, thank you. Kia ora koutou, ko Marianne Reid aho, and I'm the Libraries Advisor with Local Government New Zealand. In my previous life, I've been in this role since November 2021. Prior to that, I was the Libraries Manager of Upper Hutt City Libraries, and we went live with 0 fines in November 2020. So I can speak from LGNZ, but also from an experience as a libraries manager. So these slides were prepared by Louise Lahat from Auckland Libraries in her role as the chair of the working group with PLNZ for New Zealand, fines-free libraries in New Zealand. So it's a working party we have going, of which I am part of. The LGNZ also supports this mahi, as they believe that we need to make libraries much more accessible for all New Zealanders. Next slide, thanks, Sean. So as you see, there are 600 libraries fines-free across the world. And in New Zealand, we're following that trend with 17 libraries that are completely fines-free in Aotearoa. There are also another 50 public libraries with no fines for children. And it's, in Australia, there are significant numbers of libraries that are fines-free as well. So it is a trend worldwide as libraries recognise that fines create a real barrier to accessing their services for people. Thanks, Sean. So why go fines free? We need to ensure that everyone has fair and equal access to information, reading, learning and connections to their communities through their libraries. And libraries do help to deliver on social, economic and cultural community well-beings, and going fines free delivers on each one of these. It has been proved that fines are punitive, affecting mostly those who cannot afford to pay. The shame of not being able to afford to pay fines stops people from benefiting from their libraries. And removing fines increases the use of membership of libraries. Thank you, Sharon. There are four main myths that around fines. And the first one, fines are a key source for library revenue. Studies have shown that fines account for less than 1% of library budgets and cost far more administrative effort to collect when you do the sums. And also what we found in Upper Hutt was, in fact, there was a significant portion of that debt that was written off and we never received that anyway. So I think you've got to put all of that into the basket when you're looking at how much money you are or are not making. The second myth is fines are an effective incentive to return library materials on time. And multiple studies show that there is no empirical evidence that charging late fines is a successful way to have people return items on time. In fact, our experience at Upper Hutt was there were more books returned once we went zero fines than there was when we were charging fines. Thanks, Sean. The third myth, that libraries are a minor cost to library users. The fact is that they are not. Library fines exclude and marginalise vulnerable communities and affect more of people that cannot afford. There is one library in New Zealand that did a economic map that showed that where the majority of fines were from their system and laid it over with their deprivation patterns of the city, and it showed quite clearly that in fact that most of the fines are in those areas that can least afford them, and therefore they just simply don't come back to the libraries. And the fourth myth, that libraries teach responsibility. Eliminating fines does not eliminate consequences or personal responsibilities. The libraries have a mission to ensure equitable access to information for all, and as part of that, they need to maintain systems to ensure that their materials do come back. So this can be put in place without having punitive fines. Thanks, Sean. So, just to finish off, do we want to be library cops, or do we want to be safe, welcoming spaces for our communities? And it's quite clear. I mean, I know when I was library manager, you go down the street and, people would see you and the first thing they'd say is, oh my gosh, I've got to pay those fines. So, we don't want that negative connotation of libraries as a prime thought when they think of libraries. We want them to be safe and welcoming for everyone. So that's my presentation, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Marianne. And we decided while you were speaking that you were actually an organisation, so you should get 10 minutes. And, I think you are. You're here on behalf of, Public Libraries New Zealand and that fines-free work. So, Councillor Young, do you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, Marianne. Thank you for that. Now, you mentioned that there are 600 plus fines-free libraries in the world, but you didn't tell us how many libraries are not fines-free, because that's actually rather part of the equation.
I don't know the answer to that. I can certainly find it out. But this is, the interesting part about it is this has been a movement probably over the last 5 years. So there are definitely, there's a definitely swing to going fines free. I know for sure that the whole of Queensland libraries in Australia are going fines free, and there are a significant number of libraries in Victoria that are fines free as well. But I can certainly get numbers for you if you would like me to do so.
Well, I think that by the time you get the numbers, the deed will be done. So I just think it would have been helpful to have had, because otherwise it's meaningless.
Point taken.
So the other thing is, so why don't people return? I mean, what's the problem with returning books on time?
There's a whole lot of reasons, really. People are really busy and time passes. That seems to be a big part of it. People get, particularly with children's books, they misplace them and can't find them on time. There's just a whole raft of people just want to keep them longer. Yeah, there's just.
So what about when you're waiting, you've reserved a book and you're waiting for it to be returned?
Mm-hmm.
So that really puts that person who's waiting at a disadvantage, doesn't it?
Well, that wasn't the experience at Upper Hutt. In fact, as I sort of mentioned, in fact, going zero fines, the books returned at a better rate than they did having fines. But sure, if people don't return the books, yes, it does impact on those people waiting. But having fines or not having fines doesn't impact on that length of time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thank you, Marianne. 2 questions if I can. The first one of them is this, when you said 17 public libraries, is that 17 public library systems in New Zealand? Yeah, yes. Okay, so Wellington City would be one if it were fines free.
Correct.
Cool. Okay, that's the first thing. The second one is you said that it costs, you indicated that it costs more to collect the fines than it does to any library system would actually receive from them. Can you sort of go a little bit more into that? Because obviously, I mean, if we're going to go fines free and we can save as much money as by going fines free, then that sounds good. That's a different budget conversation than just going fines free and not having any savings.
Well, that's what the studies have shown, that in fact, the cost, when you count up the people's hours, the transactions and all of that, it is a large portion of any fines income. But what the significant fact for me as a library manager at Upper Hutt was in fact the level of debt that we didn't receive back. And I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, but it was a sort of like 40% from memory of that debt that was incurred was in fact never returned. The people never returned, and neither the people benefited for the libraries, nor did the library or the council benefit from any return on that debt. So that was the significant factor for us.
Look, again, Marianne, if you've got any information on that, would be very helpful. I'm sure we can get some from our staff too. And bearing in mind that this is a consultation document, we do have a little bit of time between now and actually making final decisions to get that advice. That'd be useful.
So it was.
There's really that advice as to what you see the cost of collection being that is then avoided by not having fines.
Okay, I could get the Auckland example for you if you like.
That'd be great. Yep.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Thanks, Marianne. Really appreciate it.
I'll get that for you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for taking the time to come and give us so much information. I really appreciate it, and we all love librarians, so it's great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is George here? Oh, yes,
Kia ora.
he is. Kia ora, George. So our last public participant for the day, George Hobson from Forest and Bird Youth, who has 10 minutes. I'll leave it over to you, George. You know the drill.
Yeah, I do. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko maunga kia te maunga te ru nei taku nākau, ko rau kawa te moana e mahia nei aku mā harahara, e te poaki au ki tāmaki makaurau e mihi ana ki ngā tohu o nehi o te whanganui a tara e noho nei o, ko Hobson toku whānau, ko George Hobson toku ingoa, ko tēnei taku mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohi nei, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. As I just said, my name's George Hobson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'm speaking on behalf of both Forest and Bird Youth this morning. Combined, we are the largest and oldest conservation NGO in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we are an intergenerational voice for nature. Now, I know all of you have heard Michael and I give our spiel on why nature is important many times before, so I'm going to skip that part this morning, trusting that it'll be front of mind and very impactful for you all from last time. So hopefully that will still be there, and I'm going to cut right to the chase of why I'm here this morning speaking to you all. I'm here to speak about the restorative planting options that you'll be considering later in this meeting, and quite simply to implore you to vote in support of option 4, the mixed model approach. You'll see there are 4 options. That's the one I'm asking you to vote in support of. Late last week, you'll all have received a letter from both Forest and Bird Youth asking for the same thing. So I hope this doesn't come as a complete surprise. But before I get into the specific detail of exactly why I'm asking this and why we're putting this forward, I would like to take a step back and put this into a little bit of context. So here in Te Whanganui a Tara, I think it's quite easily seen that we are actually bona fide world leaders. Over the last several decades, Wellington has led the way in conservation within an urban environment. We have genuinely led the way. We've created not only New Zealand's first, but actually the world's first fully fenced eco-sanctuary, Zealandia, which has inspired many other areas, both here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and around the world to follow in our footsteps very successfully. We are one of the only cities in the world where biodiversity is on the up, not the down. Wellingtonians genuinely care about nature, about protecting nature, as evidenced through a large number of incredibly passionate community groups that do inspirational mahi across our city to protect and restore our environment almost entirely voluntarily. We're working on a game-changing approach to eradicating pest animals in an urban environment through predator-free Wellington, which involves a large amount of community buy-in as well. Tieki or saddleback are breeding on the mainland in Wellington outside of a sanctuary for the first time in Aotearoa in who knows how long. But the thing that impacts me most about all of this is back in the year 2000, a survey was done on the number of tui in all of Wellington, and there were a total of 12 found in our city, 12 tui back in the year 2000. Now, 22 years later, I can go to Otari Wilton's bush, look at one kōwhai tree and see 12 tui in that single tree. And if that doesn't paint the picture of what an incredible job we've done when it comes to conservation, perhaps the fact that I've already had 2 or 3 kaka at my house this morning up in Brooklyn might. And we've achieved things for the environment here in Wellington that no one thought possible back when we were to start, through a combination of both council and community effort across our city. And it is vital, absolutely vital, that we continue to push the boundaries of what we think is possible. Because if we don't, then we seriously run the risk of losing decades of hard work and more than $10 million of investment in restoration funding. You declared a climate and ecological emergency. You listed Wellington being an eco-city as a strategic vision, and you know, like I do, that this is vitally important. Currently, as I'm sure you will all know, the council manages over 329 restoration sites across the city, with between 5 and 10 new sites added every season. Council officers have told you in reports that at least 37% of those council managed restoration sites are under threat due to a lack of maintenance, because there has not been an increase in funding of the urban ecology team to support the increase in the work that they are doing. As I mentioned, those 5 to 10 new sites are added every season. While there is currently funding available to prepare sites for restoration work, there are simply not the resources available to protect the site properly over the long period of time needed after the planting has been completed. And this inability to maintain sites over the time period required jeopardizes that $10 million investment made already over the last 2 decades, as well as jeopardizing the continuing funding that goes into restoration from the council. And to fund planting for the feel-good environmental factor without funding the maintenance and the follow-up of those plants until they reach maturity is simply irresponsible. And that's why Forest and Bird is here calling on you today to put nature first, to be ambitious and to continue Wellington's legacy as a world leader in protecting our environment by voting for option 4, the mixed model approach. This will fund the work of the urban ecology team and ensure that your investment in nature is safeguarded for the next 10-year period. And now I can hear some of you thinking, why not option 3? Isn't that what was recommended? Well, option 4 goes above and beyond option 3 by delivering key monitoring and evaluation, expert weed control services, and further manual control options. And these are key factors in success when it comes to positive ecological outcomes. And they are categorically worth the additional funding and investment. And there is a reason that it was created by an option by officers in the first place. So from my perspective, right now, you have an exceptional opportunity to take meaningful action for nature. By voting for option 4, when this item comes up for discussion later in the meeting, you will be sending a message to all Wellingtonians that Wellington City Council prioritises nature. Right now, in the midst of a self-declared climate and ecological emergency, this is more important than ever, because it is not an understatement to say that nature is unreservedly and indubitably in crisis. Because not only is this an issue that you have to face right now, it is an issue that will keep coming up time and time again until either it's fully funded or it's too late. And like many of you know, I'm only 18, so it's my future and the future of rangatahi like me that will be most impacted by this decision over the next decade. So by voting for option 4, you're opting to create a Wellington for future generations that's greener, more sustainable, and more biodiverse than ever before. You have the chance to take this easy, yet incredibly meaningful step to protect nature, the future of Wellington, and the future of Wellingtonians, and I cannot urge you strongly enough. Please take it. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. I'm open to any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, George. Councillor O'Neill has a question.
Kia ora, George. I was just wondering if you could talk to, you acknowledged a lot of the conservation work is done by volunteers. What would a step up in support from Wellington City Council mean for groups that you're a part of or groups that you know of for their conservation work?
Yeah, I think it would be incredible. So particularly the funding that would come out of this budget would be really meaningful in allowing council to actually properly support with expert advice and supervision the work of volunteers, because often this work is quite, it can be quite difficult, and it can be in difficult areas, and it can require really expert understanding of sites and of plants and of that type of thing, which often is something we just can't expect community groups to do. So if Wellington City Council is in a position where it's resourced to support community groups to the level that they need to, and to be able to take over work if community groups start to have to prioritize other things, would be really absolutely vital and incredibly beneficial.
All right, and one last question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, George. And you gave a very passionate speech, and I can't fault anything in it. It's just that, of course, we have this big budget in front of us, this big annual plan increases, and whilst you know, this amount of money might seem a small amount in the big scheme of things, we do have pressures on us from all over. So and I just have to say is, you know, can you come
why
to
is
this
question?
one special?
Thank you.
Why is this one special? Well, this one directly impacts the future of every single Wellingtonian. So nature's in crisis. You've acknowledged that through the vote of an ecological emergency. We simply don't have the time to waste here. If we don't take meaningful action for nature now, the cost down the road is going to be indescribably greater than the cost is right now. It's been said before, time and time again, the cost of inaction on biodiversity and climate issues is far greater than the cost of acting now to protect nature. And in fact, this cost here actually helps to safeguard money that's already gone in. You'll be losing a large amount of investment that has been made over the last 2 decades if you don't opt to support this plan. And nature is just vital. If we don't have a healthy planet, we don't have healthy people. It is the backbone of our society. And if we aren't willing to prioritise nature, then I just can't think of a better cause to put money into than protecting our environment.
Thank you so much, George. As always, it was great to hear from you.
Kia ora, thank you for the
Okay.
time.
Kia ora. All right, so we're going to do things slightly differently in that we're going to have presentations from officers on both of the substantive papers, and then we will go to questions after that. So I have asked officers to make it short. I know that you don't like long presentations and you especially hate slides being read to you. So I will hand over, I believe, to Barbara to kick that off.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I'll try and be quick, but I think it is worth saying a few brief things in advance of a presentation that the team will make to you. So obviously you are being presented with a number of decisions to make today. It's worth noting that importantly there are 2 draft consultation documents for city housing and residual waste, both brought to you as a result of decisions you made in 2021. We're also presenting an update on the annual plan and draft budget. We talk in the papers about a proposed 8.8% rates increase before growth. We expect that once we adjust that figure for growth, it will be 8.2%, which is down from the 9.1% we shared with you last month and lower again than the 9.7% signalled through our long-term plan. The team are going to talk through with you the key steps that have led us to where we are now. I think it is worth noting, because this question comes up with me often in the public arena, that the annual plan is in fact year 2 of a long-term plan, and that the key strategic direction, your priorities as a council, your key programs of work and your levels of service are set when you adopt the long-term plan. The annual plan is not the place to make major changes to your strategic priorities and your key programs of work unless you are intending to actually amend your long-term plan. You're aware that one of the adjustments we're making this year, because in an annual plan you make adjustments without substantial changes to your overall long-term plan where necessary, is to the commercial differential. And because of the confusion that has been playing out in the public arena around that, I have asked Sarah Hay to particularly address that in her introduction to you. The reports today also acknowledge the impact of the pandemic on our city, the work we're doing to further reduce costs, which includes embedding a $15 million savings target in the draft budget we're proposing to you, on top of $17 million in savings we are achieving as an organisation in this year's plan and last year's plan. So $32 million in operational rates reduction over a 3-year period. I'll leave it there and hand over to Stephen MacArthur to kick off the presentation. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Barbara. And Sean, perhaps can you just share the screen with the presentation? Thank you. Look, given Barbara's introduction, perhaps just move on to the next couple of slides, Sean. Yeah, so just reinforcing it's year 2 of the LTP. It continues a strong investment focus for infrastructure and city improvements, making sure that the capital city is fit for the future. And obviously, relatively not that long ago, through the consultation on the LTP, there was strong support for Wellingtonians for this level of investment. Next slide. You've seen this before, but really just to point out that there's a number of things that we're continuing with and finishing and new things starting as per the LTP. Next slide. Probably just to reinforce what Barbara said, we are operating in a period of uncertainty, particularly with Omicron. Obviously, we back at, or coming up to May, June, there's an opportunity to revisit some of the risks that we've identified once we know more. I'm going to hand over to Sarah Hay. Next slide, Sean.
Kia ora everyone, thanks Stephen. I'm definitely not going to read this entire slide out, Chair, but there are a few things that you would have already heard Barbara mention, that we have baked in a $15 million savings into the current budget that you are seeing. And I know from experience, both in Auckland Council and from what we've delivered over the last couple of years, that this is going to be an effort for the organisation to deliver on, but one that we're up to. You know, we have looked at a number of different levers that you will have seen in Appendix 1 of the paper to reduce the rates increase. And what we've recommended are what we see as the practicable and reasonable approaches to take, given where we are in the long-term plan cycle. And just noting that some things require more time to actually implement and catch up on those potential savings. We have got the two options in the paper that we are recommending, one around encroachment fees, which Baz will talk to shortly, which really is talking about the fact that private citizens are getting private use out of public space, and that the fee for that service hasn't kept up with the value of the land. If you compare it to private use of car parks in the central city, those fees have increased at a much higher rate than what our encroachments have. The second recommendation that isn't actually much of a recommendation, because we've already built it into the base budget that you're seeing, is when we had a look at depreciation, because that's one of our biggest cost drivers in the budget. We really dug into when some of those big projects would be actually capitalised, and we took a fine-tooth comb to that and found some opportunity to reflect an accurate capitalisation date, which drove about $4.6 million worth of savings, which we've included for you. Next slide, thanks, Sean. So encroachment fees, as I said, I'm not going to talk about this too much, but what we are recommending is a flat fee increase for next year, and give us time into the next long-term plan to be able to use land and capital value as a driver to increase those fees proportionately, depending on where you live in the city, over time. But we can't do that now, so we're recommending more of a blunt instrument, but also an increase, a fair increase across the city. Next slide, thanks, Sean. Just a little waterfall view of what the rates increase, 8.8%, is based on year one of the LTP. So you adopted the budget last year, and a lot of these increases were already baked in at last year's budget. But just to talk about what they are, 4.5% of that increase is actually from depreciation. So that recognises all the big projects that we're delivering, that large and ambitious capital program. Even though we debt fund that program, there is an OPEX impact, and you're seeing that in this rates increase as we start depreciating that work. Interest costs, you will all be feeling that if you've got mortgages. You can see that those are increasing. We did forecast an increase in the LTP. We're seeing real increases higher than what was forecasted. So there was already a baked in increase, but this is slightly more. Some operating costs represent 9% of that. We've gone through this in quite a bit of detail, but some of those things were discretional that you agreed and resolved in the long-term plan process, such as Te Atakura. We've got Māori partnerships. We have other things in there that aren't so fun, like insurance costs, holiday pay remediation costs, remuneration and inflation pressures, things like increased costs in consultancy for district plan process. Not a lot of that is discretional. Those are things that you've resolved to do and that we are doing, but there is a cost to that. Then we have increase in revenue, mainly inflation, driving that revenue increase. We've got other small movements there, movement and debt funded OPEX. Those are really things that are moving between years that we had forecasted in the LTP. So for example, the demolishing of Mob and Cab, that's an OPEX cost, but we debt fund it, and that just has to come forward into this year rather than, moving into next year. It was in this year. Movement and debt repayments, it's just a flow and impact from some of the decisions that we've made. So that all that adds up to the 8.8% rates increase before growth, compared with the 9.7% rates increase that we had agreed in the long-term plan for this year. So next slide, thanks, Sean. some of the risks or uncertainties or pressures that we are facing at the moment. I'm not going to read all of those because you guys know about COVID and what's happening. You'll know that you recently approved the support package for business, and that there is still an unknown portion of that. We're coming back to the extraordinary meeting of council on Thursday to get a resolution there that will make sure we bake into the next version of the budget that you see post-consultation. We know that there's some pressures from Wellington Water, and I can assure you that Barbara, Siobhan and I and the whole team are working really closely with Wellington Water to understand what the impact of those pressures would be if we don't accept them, how we might fund them if we do accept them. And when I say we, I mean you councillors. That's a decision for you to make that we will bring to you. There is stimulus funding from government from a water reform perspective. We are still, because we're doing a long-term plan amendment, we're a little bit further ahead in our process than the majority of other councils. We're just doing an annual plan this year. So DIA haven't quite come out with all of the requirements for how we can use that funding, that better off funding that they have earmarked for us. There's 5.76 million of it earmarked for Wellington City Council in the annual plan year, out of a total of just under $58 million, which will come further down the track. And as soon as we know how and what outcomes they want to see from that funding and how we can spend it, we will bring that back and wind it up into this annual plan process. And there's obviously the Green Building Fund that you'll be talking about today. Next slide. Rates differential. I just wanted to call out one particular slide graph that's in your paper, because I think it's the best way of showing you what's happening with the differential over time. It is a very technical part of the way we set the rates, but it's probably a distraction because we should be talking about what portion of the total rates take are each of the sectors paying for. And what we are recommending is that the share of that rate take remains the same from last year, and that we agreed in the LTP for both the residential sector and the commercial sector. That split of 44% being paid by commercial and 56% being paid by residential. We know that the recent revaluation process across the city does make it a bit more complex. And so next year, when any given ratepayer will be looking at their rates bill, trying to figure out how does the 8.8% or whatever you resolve as the general rates increase, how does that apply to my property? They will also have to take into account, has my valuation of my property gone up greater than the average, or is it the valuation lower than the average increase? But my team will be on call to be able to help residents with those kind of queries, to help them work that out. One of the things that I want to be really clear about is that by increasing the differential, we are not increasing the portion of rates that the commercial sector is going to pay. It is the mechanism we are using to maintain the current split. So that's probably enough there. Next slide, Sean. Oh, perfect. Over to Baz.
Morning, councillors. Nearly there. We're racing through it. I think 3 slides to go. So the focus really this time around is on LDP Amendment. Yes, we're also doing an annual plan, but the focus will be on the amendment. As you well know, we're in an unsustainable financial position with city housing. Last year in October, the committee agreed to go out and consult the community on options. That'll be done during April and May. And really the options that we're putting to the community is, one, how should we deal with the financial sustainability issues? Do we deal with it through rates and borrowing, or do we establish a community housing provider? And if we do number 2, how does it look? Is it asset owning, fully independent chip? Is it a leasehold chip with broad responsibilities, or is it narrow responsibilities? So that's going to be a part of the LDP amendment. Just also quickly noting that there is some other decisions that have also been made to support city housing tenants in terms of affordable rent limit subsidies, as well as freezing the rent for 22-23, just to recognise the impact of COVID-19 and living cost increases. The second part of the LTP amendment, which is on the next slide, Sean, relates to residual waste. we've got a landfill that where the consent runs out in 2026. And while waste minimisation is, of course, the priority for the future, we still need a solution in the meantime. The committee considered all the options late last year, I think it was October as well, and they narrowed down to 3 options to consult the community on, which are listed below, which is an extension to the landfill, which is the preferred option, a piggyback option, a waste to energy incineration model, or no residual waste facility in Wellington, which would mean we would have to make greater use of facilities in the region. So those are the 2 formal LTP amendment bits. Once they get agreed today, they go to Audit New Zealand. We need an audit opinion on those. We'll get that over the next month, and we'll bring back the consultation documents at the end of March for adoption before going out to consultation. On consultation, which is outlined in the next slide, Sean, we're kind of taking a 2-tiered approach. So we're kind of taking a broad overall approach that is focused on the LTP, but we're not going to ignore the annual plan. There's a couple of variances in the annual plan that we'll also be asking for feedback on. I think obviously we're in alert level red, so we have to recognise that. That means that we have to change how we consult a little bit, but we're well practiced at that. So the main platform will be Council's web page, but we're also putting on 4 Ask Me Anything webinars, so 2 on city housing and 2 on residual waste. And while those are probably sufficient for most people, we also want to target the consultation to make sure that we hear from affected people. So take encroachments. If that gets agreed today, we'll actually make direct contact with those people that have those licenses and encourage them to provide feedback. And when it comes to city housing in particular, we'll go beyond the normal process, and we'll be looking to do more face-to-face opportunities. So we'll actually have a number of drop-in sessions for community housing tenants in their facilities. We'll translate documents, and we'll also work with tenancy advisors to make sure that they're on hand to basically provide tenants help to engage with the consultation and help them make submissions. We're also looking at timeframes. There's been requests for additional timeframes, and we'll work with city housing in particular to see whether we can work with the tenants and provide some extra time for them to make late submissions in the process. So we'll potentially schedule them later on in the oral hearings. But if you have further suggestions in terms of the consultation space, we're happy to take them on board. But like I say, we're targeting to affected people, and we're trying to do as much online apart from city housing, where we're throwing in additional support and help. The final slide that I've got is just the time frame. So we're a reasonable way through the program of work in terms of the annual plan and the LTP. After today, we go out and work with audits, and we bring back a consultation document at the end of the month with their audit opinion, after which it's consultation time and oral hearings. I'll probably leave it there, and I'll hand back to Rebecca in terms of taking any questions.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify, I had a question about lunch. My assumption is we'll work through until 12:30 and then take maybe half an hour lunch. Is that all right, councillors? Okay, beautiful. Now my understanding is we are going to have a brief introduction from Liam now on the other paper. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Oh, off you go.
Kia ora tātou, councillors, Madam Chair, how are you going? So really excited to introduce this piece of work on the environmental accessibility policy. We heard councillors a number of times, not only through the development of the district plan, but through the development of the LTP, raise some concerns about how do we incentivise builders and developers in the city to meet some of the environmental design ambitions of council. So we've gone away, we've produced this policy. We've got several initiatives that we're presenting as part of it to try to meet this ambition. So the work has been completed by the Climate Change Response Team. Bree is here to answer questions. You've of course also got Alison assisting. But the framing of this policy response is this idea that whilst we've tried to, through the draft district plan, the city outcomes policy, and of course the assisted housing policy and our various design guidelines in that draft plan tried to incentivize and encourage future development to reach higher from an environmental standards and sustainability point of view. We are still to some degree hamstrung by the building code, and council has limited opportunities as a result of that to really encourage better building outcomes from a sustainability point of view, which is why this policy has been conceived and put to you today for further consultation. So just a bit of clarity around the DC policy. It only targets commercial and mixed use buildings at this stage. The idea behind this policy is that we'll be to open that up for residential developments, and that includes just not only the new buildings but building conversions. And as you all know, there's quite a bit of commercial building conversions happening in the city going towards residential apartments, and we're involved in part through that in the Te Kāinga program, but it is becoming quite a popular building reuse trend in the city to change these commercial buildings to residential, and we want to provide an opportunity for people to reach higher from an environmental standards point of view in that regard. So the DC policy also needs to be, we need to clarify that it is uncapped at the moment, both by applications lodged and the amounts that are available to be granted. And the team can talk a little bit about the historical context of the deployment of the DC policy and that environmental sustainability rebate that currently sits in there. And in that context, I think it's important to say that this policy presents an opportunity for the short to medium term. We know the Building Act is being reviewed and possibly standards might improve, but we don't know when exactly. So, you know, we are trying to match your ambition, which is, can we get ahead? Can we reach higher than the current building code? And we've produced this policy for you for consideration today. Sean, I believe you've made a typo correction from the recommendation in the body of the report. So I think that's now the substantive recommendation, Madam Chair, and you should see that in the presentation when all those other amendments are discussed and decided upon by council. So I'll open up to questions now, and Bree, myself, and Alison are standing by.
All right, so my understanding is, councillors, we're going to have questions on all of both papers, and could I ask that we have discipline about length of questions and length of answers, because otherwise we won't get through today. All right, off you go, Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. I actually have quite a few. So first, Liam, the $20 million figure. I didn't in the paper see any particular rationale for why it was 20 million. Can someone just explain why that was deemed to be the correct amount? And would it be a good idea to have a review of that at the LTP just to see how it's going?
Look, I think Alison or Bree can talk to that, but the figure was an estimate that officers thought might be ballpark. You will note it's subject to consultation with industry, including architects and developers. We haven't also, you'll note in the report, set a cap either, because that is still subject to consultation. But it's entirely up to council how they decide to set that level. It was just a starter for 10, if you like, from the officers in that regard. And yes, for the LTP, once the program's been running, if it's accepted and running, and we are granting and vetting applications accordingly, then the LTP would be an appropriate time to review that.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one more, Chair? This one more about the annual plan. I'm just interested in the process, because I noticed we've got a meeting on 29th of March. That will obviously be prior to the consultation, but also we're talking about an LTP amendment process. Could you just outline how that's all going to work? And Liam, also in relation to this, I'm quite interested in your the information you gave me the other day that you might be considering putting some money into the outer years for possible purchase of land to provide an airport, a replacement Stuart Duff Drive. Can you just outline for me how we would bring all these things together in a potential LTP amendment?
Okay, so the last one's slightly off script, Madam Mayor, but I'm happy to give it a go. I might go to Baz first to answer the question about the timing through the LTP, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Baz, I think Madam Chair was asking a question. Deputy Mayor was asking a question regarding how the policy will roll out through the amendment.
It's really just about what we're planning to do at which point in the meetings that we've got scheduled. How does this all fit together?
I can probably take that for you, Liam. So Deputy Mayor, the Green Building Fund, the debt funded OPEX nature of that grant and the repayments of that are built into the into the long-term plan amendment. So the budget that you see for the out years for both the debt profile and the out years OPEX impacts, that is included in this long-term plan amendment. So you don't have that in your packs today. You'll see that post-audit once they've audited those long-term budgets, but yes, it is included.
I guess my other question is, we're talking about an LTP amendment.
Yes.
What is the meeting on the 29th of March going to be adding to this meeting we're having now?
That's post-audit. So you'll
right.
Yeah, okay. So audit will have gone through everything with a fine-tooth comb. We will have made some editorial changes. We will have maybe presented things differently based on their requirements, and that will all be adopted, and you'll see all of the documents, the long-term plan amendment, which is the updated financial strategy, the updated FIS, all of that information will come in a big pack to you post-audit. But we will have to update it post decisions that you make today. So what you resolve today will be updated into that long-term plan amendment information and given to you at the end of March.
Okay, thank you. I've got some more, but I'll let someone else have a go.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Liam, this one is on the building fund. One of the issues that we understand from regs is that the cost of the certification and the assessment process is sometimes such a deterrent because the actual remission that you would get is about the same amount of money. What I saw in paragraph 34 of the paper is it said, as this fund criteria will require third-party accreditation, any associated assessment fees incurred would be covered through this grant. So I think what that means is that we will pay for the assessment so that they don't have to pay for the assessment out of whatever is granted. And will the grant fund essentially pay for anybody to have that assessment done in order that they might apply back to the same grant fund?
That's correct. It will be able to pay for the assessment to be done. I think if Bree or Alison's online, they can provide a bit more clarity in that regard. But the intention is, yes, the applicants can have that certification fee paid.
Yep, I'm happy to just clarify that one a little bit more, Councillor Condi. We're not necessarily proposing that the cap of the project would only cover certification fees. What I think we were trying to get across in here is that once we determine what the cap will be per project, it will most certainly account for the accreditation fees and probably some of the additional construction costs. The developer wouldn't necessarily, what we're proposing wouldn't necessarily apply before the project is completed to cover those certification fees. It would likely be similar to what the current green building remission, how the current green building remission is applied now, where the building project is completed, receives their code compliance certification, and is then able to receive the funding. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I've got another question, this one probably for Sarah Hay, about Wellington Water. Now, what work is going to be happening over the next little while to get greater clarity with Wellington Water about what their cost pressures are and what their funding is? Because well, I think we're all clear that Wellingtonians want us to sort out the water and fix it. We also can't turn around and write them a blank check. So what information is going to be coming back to us?
Thanks, Councillor Condi. I'll get Siobhan to, thank you.
I can answer that one. Yeah, so we're working really hard with Wellington Water just to get some clarity over what the risks and constraints are in terms of if we don't fund that additional OPEX, what won't be done, and what risk that presents in terms of the state of the network. So we're working on those. So we're working on just developing the options of what that additional OPEX will mean for us. If we don't fund it, what will it mean? And bringing that back to you, and similar with CapEx. So it's just about really getting a level of information that can provide us new comfort that actually the decisions that we're asking you to make can be made in full confidence.
And am I correct in understanding that we could potentially apply the Better Off funding to those OPEX pressures?
Yes, that's correct. That will be an option.
Okay, so we do have a little pocket of that Better Off money that could cover those costs if need be.
Yeah, do you want to, is there anything else that you want to add there, Sarah, about what your conversations with DIA in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, the intent of the Better Off funding is for use against the well-beings, and there is an argument that you could say that social and environmental well-beings could be improved, but we really want to see what mitigating actions we can take before dipping into that fund, because there's a more strategic conversation to have with council about how that fund is used.
Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the officers. Thank you for thinking big and for listening to councillors' concerns around the building issues. So 3 questions. Can we also have $20 million for earthquake-prone buildings? Since $500,000 is too small, can we go bigger?
I shall take that answer then. That would be something that your colleagues and you would need to resolve.
That's very diplomatic. Liam and Bree, have you got any sense of how much extra it's costing developers or owners when they're trying to make their buildings green and or accessible? Because it's just whether there's actually enough money in it.
Well, I'll start, but I'm sure Bree's done some research. She's the brains behind the policy. But I mean, of course, it can be viewed as an additional cost, but it's also an additional point of difference in the market. So the market will pay what the market will pay from a green and sustainability point of view, and that's the next phase of work we do. We need to understand with the development community. I know we've had some feedback already, so we're looking forward to sitting down with them and talking. But Bree, if you are still around, do you have any further to add for Councillor Pannett's question?
Yeah, that's a tough one, Councillor Pannett, because it can vary so much per development and whether they're, what rating they're achieving. We do know that part of the reason why the current DC remission may not have gotten as much uptake as we wanted was some of the feedback we have gotten from developers. And so we've tried to take that on board, and we will be using the consultation process and working with the developers and architects in this area during stakeholder engagement to really get a better understanding around the cost. And like we said, the goal for this fund is to certainly cover certification fees, but to also cover a part of those additional construction costs, not cover the full amount of the additional construction, but to make it at least a more of an appealing incentive to do better than what the current building code requires.
Thank you. And last question, former Mayor Wade Brown and I put that policy through, as you'll know. 8 buildings. You don't think it's been as successful as you'd like to have seen, just given when it was put in?
I think there could be a number of reasons for that. It could also be that it potentially wasn't advertised as well or circulated as well as we could have, which is something that we're considering. How do we increase the communications around this and really engaging with those developers and understanding what is going to make an appealing incentive to them. Yeah, and I think another component of that is because the current green building remission is relatively selective in the sense that it only covers commercial buildings right now, so it doesn't include that residential component. And we are expecting over the next few years with population growth that there will be more residential buildings, which is one of the main reasons why we wanted to include that and expand the scope and criteria of this policy.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. So I have a range of questions. First of all, this really is for Sarah Hay. Why is Wellington's differential so much higher than any other place in New Zealand?
Thank you, Councillor Young. Through you, Chair. There's a couple of contributing factors to Wellington's differential. One is our size, is our city limit. So even though the Wellington region has 490 odd thousand people in it, Wellington City only has about 217,000 residents. And yet we know a large portion of people coming in and using the services that we provide every day don't actually pay rates in the city. And so that dynamic isn't the same as other cities. Auckland has amalgamated, and so they're capturing all the ratepayers in that super city boundary.
But their rating differential didn't change when they got amalgamated. I mean, the figures didn't change dramatically for the different parts of it.
From the 8 separate councils, there was no change into a new one council.
Nothing material.
I don't see how you can take 8 differentials into one and it'd still be the same. I
didn't say that. Anyway, move on. So I got the point. I mean,
so Christchurch is a much larger regional, like geographical region than Wellington City Council. So their city is already capturing a number of those people using their services every day. That's one of the reasons why our differential is much different. And it's very hard to compare city for city, because the differential, it's better looking at the split between what portion of the rates is commercial versus residential paying. That's the fairness thing. Does that feel right? When you compare the differential, it's a tool for mathematically calculating something. It's not a very good comparator.
So accepting that the change in the differential this year, because of the disparity between the increase in residential versus commercial, the percentage goes up, but the amount stays the same. But of course, that locks it in for next year, when there could be a very different situation, when house values are dropping, or for the next valuation of houses. I mean, what we're doing now, whilst it might work for 1 year, it sets a terrible precedent for future years.
So we do state in our long-term plan significant forecasting assumptions that we assess it every year. So if there is a noticeable change in the valuations of the houses or in the commercial sector, we have the ability at each annual plan to redress this, which is what we're doing right now because of the previous valuation. Just because there's not a citywide valuation next year doesn't mean we won't be able to relook at the differential.
Mm-hmm. So then the next question is really around, well, it's still on the same, sorry, it's going back to the trees and the, whatever we call it, the first paper, what is it, whatever the first paper is.
Green Building Fund.
Yeah, all that. So the golden rule in local government that says we should only borrow to.
Yeah, I'll just switch this thing down.
So,
hey,
oh, you're on.
I've been talking to.
Oh.
Who am I competing with? Hi, Phil.
Oh, he's on mute now.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Young. Remember, questions, not speeches.
Yeah. So the thing is, what I'm puzzled by is, why is the council going against the local government golden rule about investing, borrowing to invest and not to fund current spending?
Now you're on mute, Sarah.
Gosh, thank you, Jill. Councillor Day, we have another golden rule in local government, which is that we must balance our budget every year. So the first driver for debt funding that operating grant is because we don't know how much of it will be drawn down each year. If we forecast that and get it wrong, we may be overrating Wellingtonians. So that was one of the drivers. The second driver is that as opposed to using the credit card to pay for your groceries, we see an investment in the improvement of the environmental and accessibility qualities of housing stock in Wellington as a longer term investment with multi-generational benefits, hence why it could be argued to use debt as a tool to fund for that outcome. However, that it is a decision for council to resolve.
Okay, so the next one is I'm puzzled about the Stuart Duff Drive. Are we planning to buy land to replace Stuart Duff Drive?
I have no answer for that. Liam?
No, look, I can, as I say, I think the Deputy Mayor was referring to the conversation we had with Wild. We've just received some correspondence on on the back of the district plan, really just trying to understand how we're going to secure a north-south access for the community to the south coast from the Miramar Peninsula. So the Deputy Mayor's been concerned about the opportunities to retain Stuart Truff Drive for community access for quite some time, and I've just been pursuing that as part of a planning exercise to ensure that we can get some confidence from the airport that Stuart Truff Drive in the longer term for the build-out master plan that the airport is developing is more secure. But there's no suggestion at all at this stage it's going into this long-term plan, but potentially an opportunity for the next long-term plan process. We can talk about it for the infrastructure strategy.
Councillor Young, if you've got one more go, if not, we'll send you to the back of the queue.
One more. So this is about the green building. So I'm just curious why we are going against the advice of the engineering community. I mean, because we did have various presentations about green buildings, which of course the government is mandating. And you know, I've been told what we're doing is just giving money to developers really, when we should be, to do what they like, when we should be incentivizing good behavior instead. So why have we gone down this particular route? And it just seems a little premature when we haven't, it seems we haven't really thought through the alternatives.
I think I'll start, but Bree, you can talk a bit of detail. But look, this is just a policy reflecting the ambition of council. We were asked to go away and do some work in the current climate, including the regulatory climate. And we've put something to you that we think is fair and balanced. We've got to stress also, we are going to sit down with the development industry and the architects, as Bree and I have mentioned earlier, and talk through whether this works or not. I know we've done some work in the past on this matter, and it's ended up in a DC policy. For a whole lot of reasons, we think this is a better option that we should consider and explore further. But Bree, do you want to offer any sort of insights for Councillor Young and some of her questions regarding the engineering and architectural fraternity about policies like this?
Yeah, I think the feedback that we have received from previous sort of targeted consultation with stakeholders and through the DC policy review that's going on generally has been support for providing incentives for green buildings or sustainable buildings. So I'm not sure if there was a specific point that you were mentioning about specific message from engineers, Councillor?
Well, look, I mean, this is questions and I don't want to waste, you know, I mean, boring everyone else to bits on it, but, you know, I will be voting against this because I think we're going down the wrong avenue. And so, you know, I think it's premature. So
I think we'll move on. Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Paul, and also Sarah Hay, I just want to warn you, we can lip read. Councillor Paul.
Cool, kia ora koutou. So my questions are around the city housing consultation. So I just wanted to ask a question. To what extent does establishing a chip actually solve the financial sustainability issues that the consultation document talks about? Because my understanding was that under any of those options, we would still need to subsidise the rents of our tenants who won't be eligible for income-related rents, and we will still have to do housing upgrades and capital injections. So to what extent is that actually solving that financial question?
Kia ora, Councillor Paul. I'll take some of that, and if Catherine or anyone wants to jump in, please do. So it's absolutely not an overnight silver bullet for the financial sustainability, but it does over the long term put the housing business back on a sustainable footing. It is the only way available to us right now for tenants, even if it is on a turnover or as we add additional stock and new tenants come in, for tenants to have that option available to them. There is no other option on the table for us now for there to be an improvement for tenants from a rent affordability perspective. Yes, we will need to rate subsidise the chip in any of those scenarios. But if you look at the long term, once you can get a market-based rental coming in, even if it's for some of that rental stream, you can borrow more against that and develop more. And when we talk about sustainable, it's not just the financial sustainable, it's that the stock is sustainable, so we can continue to keep it upgraded and healthy in a place where people want to call home. It's that sustainable as well as the financial sustainable. So it's a very patient investment, a chip, because it takes a sort of 10, 20, 30 year planning horizon for it to become really self-sufficient, but it does have a pathway there versus the pathway we have at the moment, which is the graph of doom, which doesn't come out of the deficit ever. Anything you want to add, Catherine, to that? Take that as a no.
Councillor Paul, more
Yeah,
questions?
just got a few more, just two more, not more than that. So can you just explain the time pressures on why it has to be this year if the financial sustainability issues are going to persist for the next few decades, and given we're in the peak of a pandemic in New Zealand?
Yes, so the time pressure, we have made some calls recently, and government have brought in, as you know, legislation around healthy homes requirements. We have agreed to freeze the rents. We're investing more in certain things in social housing. That means that the money we had sitting in reserve, which is keeping social housing solvent, is not going to be there anymore from the end of next year, effectively. So because establishing a new entity, going through the legal process of creating its forming documents, whether that be a charitable trust or whatever, doing the transition from city housing to a CHIP, that's got a lead time. And if we don't act on that now, post annual plan, we have the election period where this is a significant decision, so we wouldn't be able to make that decision until sort of January, well, councillors aren't, so February 2023, which would give us a very short period to stand up a CHIP. And we would, so what happens if we are insolvent? So that's the so what, right? If we don't have money in the bank and we're running at a deficit, we're not meeting our obligations under the Local Government Act to act financially prudent. We would have our credit rating agencies looking at us that we're being financially imprudent. We'd have DIA looking at us. We'd have the Office of the Auditor General looking at us. So we need to have even if we haven't fixed it by that date, we need to have that plan agreed and resolved by our governors to what that is to fix it, whether that be any of those options.
So this is where I'm just getting confused. If we're going insolvent, as the term is being used, next year, how are we paying to continue to subsidise rents of our tenants in a CHIP and the healthy homes upgrades and other capital expenses that we have to continue regardless of if we were to establish a CHIP in 12 months' time?
So that's why there are the options. You have to make a decision regardless of what that decision is. So whether it be rates and debt funded, whether it be any of the three CHIP models, we have to make that decision, because if we continue with our policy as it is at the moment with the ring fence, that's when it will be insolvent. We can't not make a decision, but the decision that you make is ultimately yours. We have to resolve one way, whether that be any of those four options.
Cool. That's my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got myself next, and I just have one question. I was wondering if officers had any response to the letter that we received from the Property Council this morning.
Kia ora, Sarah, can you respond to that? This is a question about the letter from the Property Council.
Kia ora. So not all of you may have had time to read it, but effectively it says that, yes, if you do change the differential, we will pay more. No. So in a year where we haven't done a rating valuation, yes, absolutely that would be the case. If we change the differential and the relative values of the whole commercial sector and the whole residential sector were the same, that would flip the equation and the commercial sector would pay more. We have had a revaluation which have seen the residential values increase at a greater rate than the commercial sector values, which is why, to keep it the same, bring it back, we've got to change that differential. So if you had an average increase as a commercial ratepayer and you had an average increase as a residential ratepayer, next year you will both see the same rates increase being 8.8% if that's what if you resolve the 8.8%. If you resolve a 9% or an 8%, both of those average ratepayers in those sectors will see the same increase.
Thank you, that's useful. Councillor Foon.
Apologies. So first question is around the Environmental and Accessibility Fund. Just around the terms of the fund, just hearing back from some of the submitters on the development contributions around Green Star, that, that's almost becoming the norm now. So just, I guess it's around, and the other one is noting some other councils' funds or incentives are around, say, city centre or growth areas. So really the question is around just the criteria and the process for really nailing down that criteria. And I think, Bree, you might have spoken a bit to that, but if it passes today, can you give me a rough idea of what the timeline is to establish criteria? Yes, thanks, Councillor Foon. So we're proposing that this be included in the consultation, and that we use that time to also engage with stakeholders in the development community. And then we report back, I believe before, I think we said 9th of June of this year, with established proposed criteria. And that would include things like developing the applications, understanding exactly how the fund is going to be processed and by whom within council. And it will determine a per project cap. And the reason why we haven't done that yet, and I think I've mentioned this before, is partly with the expanded scope, especially for residential developments. If the criteria is Home Star and accessibility, so a LifeMark 3 certification, obviously that's potentially a greater cost than commercial buildings, which are only achieving Green Star 5. We're not sure of what that is, but we want to make sure that we take the time and so that we can get feedback and really understand what that's going to look like. And we propose an equitable funding approach. Thank you, that's great. And my next question, sorry, one more question, two more questions, Chair. On the consultation document on residential waste, residual waste, getting resident and residual mixed up, understandable this morning. Just down on page 24, option 2, we've got a carbon impact line. And what we've stated here is that initially it will be slightly, so this is in regard to waste to energy, initially it will be slightly less than option 1, as electricity generated from this plant can offset carbon from fossil fuel derived electricity generation in the national grid, and there will be no methane generation. I just want to know, how did council get that, and how will we be explaining our workings on that particular statement? Sorry, it might be a bit technical.
It is too technical for me, Laurie. So
yeah, I want to be assured that we can back these statements if we're going out with them, really. Yeah. It's too technical for me too.
So Stefan, is Stefan online?
I'm here. A few minutes. Stefan's just, it's from the library.
Oh, Robert.
Yeah.
Oh, is your mic on you're a bit muffled.
Can you hear me all right?
A little bit.
Just start talking maybe, Robert.
Like this, is that better?
Yeah.
So in
in terms of that information that came through the Becker report when we asked them to look at carbon for the options, to explain it very simply, that you are in Europe, it's usually when they go with a waste to energy plant, you can offset some of the carbon that you would create by using fossil fuel, given that you've already paid for the carbon to bring the waste to a facility, and then you choose to burn it to create energy. In the New Zealand context, we only have 20% of the electric generation in the grid using fossil fuel. Hence, that I guess improvement, if you like, is actually very small and will likely diminish over time as New Zealand transitions to 100% renewable energy generation. So that has come through from the Becker report.
Great,
yeah.
Thank you. That would be good. That's good. Thank you, Robert. My next question is around the housing paper. Just if we are looking at timing, and if we do delay, can I just get an understanding of any implications around the discussions we've got going on with the government?
Kia ora, Councillor Foon. I know Catherine's having trouble with her Zoom because she could very aptly answer that question for you, but government understand what we are consulting on and have reviewed that consultation content, and we continue discussions with them. Delaying that consultation won't enhance or impede those conversations. It just makes it more difficult when you're closer to the edge of the cliff you're going to fall off, I would say. Each party would feel more backed into a corner, and we don't want that. We want to continue negotiating in good faith.
Perhaps, Sarah, I could also add that if you do delay consultation on this amendment, it effectively would push it 12 months out because of the election cycle, because of the statutory requirements around adopting an annual plan by the 30th of June. So you've really only got this opportunity. Otherwise, it will be pushed out pretty much into next year.
And so just to clarify, if we did, what would the conversation be jeopardised?
Sarah, I think it's more the impact on the financial viability, rather than the conversation.
Laurie, can you just repeat the question? Sorry, I'm not quite sure I got the intent of that
Yeah,
question.
no. Yeah, it was really just saying if we were to delay the consultation on the housing, and it had to be a year is going to be the realistic time that we could do it.
Yep.
Would that have any jeopardise? Would that jeopardise the conversation that we have with government at the moment with their support?
I mean, I can't talk on behalf of the government, but I can say that at the moment we are a responsible and dedicated social housing provider in Wellington. If I'm negotiating with the Crown in a year and we're actually insolvent, it's a different negotiation position, and it's a different. It doesn't feel as fair on the tenants, on us, or on the Crown. But that's a bit of opinion, sorry. It's hard to know how the Crown would respond.
Thanks, Councillor Foon. Is that the end of your questions? Great. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I will go. I'm not muted, am I? No. I'll just follow on from that housing question. So first up, how do officers realistically expect to be able to engage with tenants who a lot of them have English as a second language, are dealing with Omicron? How do they expect to engage effectively with them during the month of April?
Catherine, are you online yet?
I can grab this one if you like, Sarah.
Thank you. Thanks, Angelique.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert. Got a really detailed proposed tenant engagement plan if this goes ahead. So you're right, doing this in an Omicron environment adds to some complexity, but we have that complexity anyway with our tenant communities due to the languages spoken and so forth. So one of the things we're doing with the consultation document is providing a summary document as well that's a bit more clear and I guess plain English, but also on that, translated as well, which City Housing will meet the costs of. We'll be having on-site face-to-face tenant engagement sessions and a really dedicated campaign. So there will be the main LTP, engagement that happens with our people of Wellington, which our tenants are part of, but a very dedicated and targeted campaign with our tenants as well. So, and we've run this sort of thing before with our tenant community, in particular around the housing upgrade phase 1 and what that meant to them. And so running on-site sessions is something that's not new to us. Obviously, we'll be doing that in distance sessions and outside where we can. Hopefully the weather contributes towards that, but we certainly recognise it's not a standard consultation.
Thanks, but I do note that we're heading into April in the sort of slightly colder months of the year. It just seems to me though that we've never done this type of consultation when we've been in a pandemic, and that is my worry, because it's not just the tenants being available, it's actually our staff being available to do it. And look, I hope everyone stays as healthy as possible. But what is your contingency?
I think what we're planning for at the moment is that this may not be the only peak of COVID that we see. There could be another variant. We're weighing up the balance of probability, and to pause on a number of things because of COVID would be too risky. Angelique, is there anything that you'd need to add to that?
Look, we have a large proportion of our community that prefer, us to send letters in terms of like newsletters and so forth. So there'll still be plenty of print communication outside of just a consultation document. We use our advocacy groups and support agencies as well. You're right, it's not perfect, but we've got contingency plans around our staff as well, and we're well supported by the Wellington City Council comms team too.
Okay, so if we decided that, maybe if we decided to put this consultation out and decouple it from this current consultation from the other stuff, and say did it in August with a report back in for the next triennium in October, is that doable?
Can I comment on this, Councillor Calvert, through you, Chair? I would strongly advise against that. I think there are two key reasons why the current timing is important. Both to have lead-in time to implement a solution for the BECS problem that we are going to run out of reserves in city housing, and secondly, to show that there is a solution that, as the Chief Financial Officer has explained, is auditable and current with all of the other major decisions you're making for your annual plan and your LTP amendments. If we delay until August, you're right in the middle of the pre-election period. I think the key thing I want to stress to the council is I'm going to make sure that we do everything we can to support our city housing tenants through this process. I will allocate resources to it. I will take a direct interest in it, and we will be kind and careful in the way we manage it. But ultimately, it is important that the council takes responsibility for the longer term sustainability of their homes, and that is what this is about.
I note that we've already put into this budget funds to establish a CHIP. So given, again, why is this critical to come out here and now? Because if we've already allocated some funds, should a CHIP be established to help establish a CHIP, what benefit will this have in going out for consultation right here and now in terms of the annual plan process?
And through you, Chair, we haven't made a decision to establish a CHIP. It is a significant decision. We have to go through a proper consultative process to make the decision. And so you would not be in a position to make use of any funds you've allocated to a solution if there is no decision.
But you've got money in the budget for it at the moment, apparently, according to the FAQs that were put out last
So
night.
through you, Chair, we have the budget is based on the preferred and recommended option. That's how we have to present one version of the budget and we present the recommended version. For next year, that cost impost is just around the establishment costs. When you see the longer term impact through the long-term plan amendment, you will see the cost of establishing a chip in there. Now, the point of this meeting is to resolve to do the consultation, and then later on in the year, you resolve to adopt the budget. If you don't do that, we make budget changes and they'll reflect the option that is resolved by council.
So can you just clarify, are you intending that when you come back in the end of May to this council about its annual plan budget, that you may well have some additional costs in there in relation to the outcome of the consultation on the social housing?
Through you, Chair, no. We've forecasted what the next year costs will be. That's included in the budget. What you will see is additional costs of what is reflected in the consultation document around the other out years, not for next year.
Okay, so it's not going to impact. So if, yeah, so that's okay.
You can have one more question, Diane, and then we'll go. You can go to the back of the queue.
Oh, okay, well, I'll keep it to the social housing. So that's enough for me. I've got a number of other questions. So rather than make the flow, I'll go back to the end of the queue again.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I just want to follow on from Councillor Matthews' partai about the differential in the Property Council email, and we are receiving a lot of emails still from confused businesses who have kind of got the wrong end of the real information on this. Just wondering what our plan is around communications and whether there's any way to make sure we put something on the record that does correct that, because if I'm approached by people, it's quite good to be able to say, actually, you can go and read this and this will explain to you, because it's quite crucial that it is a year where the revaluations have happened and just most people don't understand that, and it's quite a simple fact, and I think would be useful to have it somewhere in our information when people come to look at our website. Is there any thinking around that, or maybe a media release? Or
Barbara or Stephen?
I'm sorry, I missed. I deeply apologise, Councillor Day.
It's all right.
I was sidetracked by a message and I missed the first part of your question.
So it was really around the differential confusion and the fact that we're still receiving a lot of emails from businesses who have had the wrong information sent to them and they're confused and don't realise that the significance in this decision is that because it's been a revaluation year, which is quite simple information.
Can I call a point? Can I call a point of order? Can I call a point of order in question?
No, you can't. We're in question time.
Okay.
No. And just wanting to make sure that there's a place, because it's easier as a councillor to be able to say go here and you can read the description as to what it is. I mean, whether we table something in this part of the meeting or.
Yes. So through you, Chair, I have provided information direct to the Chamber of Commerce to correct the information that they sent out to their business members on Friday. But I'm very happy to table a statement just for the sake of clarity so that it's on the record of this meeting. And I'll come back to you on that shortly through the chair.
Thank you, that would be great.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you. Number of questions. First one of them is on waste management. On page 90 of the document, the waste to energy stuff, there is a says there's a certain amount of energy production. My math sort of works out there's about 15 million worth of revenue from that, and then it says it's annual operating costs of approximately 10 million. Can you just what are the numbers actually look like for that particular proposition in terms of the dollars, because it's pretty sparse on the numbers.
Hi Andy, I'll ask Rob to jump in, but I don't think we did a huge amount of analysis on what those options actually eventuated in terms of cost and etc., because we are evaluating it against a set criteria. So all of that criteria that was in the multi-criteria analysis is what we've used to assess the options against. Rob, was there do you recall any specific costings done on those options?
So from our perspective, what happened was we took numbers from existing power plants that are operating of similar nature, they're operating in the UK, and translated that to a New Zealand dollar. So it was a simple currency differentiation at that point. So yes, so that's as far as that went because it was at quite a high level.
So just to be clear, at a high level, this thing is very expensive to run, or it's making money, or what?
It's very expensive to run.
Okay, I'd probably like to have a little bit more information. We can do that later on.
Okay.
Second one is just in the housing space. So at the moment, the documents talk about $10 million that our deficit is this year, and then $20 million that it's expected to be next year. And so just going to the issue of delay, so any delay is presumably that 10 million at least is 10 million that we effectively are conceding that we wouldn't otherwise have to, because it takes that much longer to get ourselves to a position of balance at the end of the, you said it took a while, it takes a while, we know that, but the longer we take, presumably the more it costs. Is that right, Sarah?
In the long term, through you, Chair, yes, Mayor, the longer it takes, the more it costs, because we know we have turnover annually, and so any turnover we start receiving IRS full market rates for. Without that, we lose that opportunity, and that will need to be rates or debt funded.
Okay, cool, thanks. And the second one is just, and this is probably one that's probably very difficult for any of you to judge. Probably mostly a Barbara or Catherine question, I'm going to guess. But if you can't answer it, it's probably a judgment call. And that's, we've been negotiating for a long time now with the government. How would they perceive us going, well, we've talked to you, we've got a proposition, we're happy with that proposition, and then we sort of step back and say, well, we're going to pause for a year and then come back. How does that look credibility-wise to the government, and also bearing in mind that they will then be in their own election year next year? And does that in itself have any risks? Because we wouldn't have established a chip in the term of this government.
Yes, through you, Mayor, that would mean we are out of alignment with the process of government, and we have been in conversation for some time now about the various options before us for the future sustainability of city housing, and actually the ways in which we will work together to add to housing supply in the city. They are expecting us to be consulting on the options through our annual plan process. They think that the option of a chip has merit, and that is in keeping with the commitment we have made to one another.
Yeah, no, thank you. And look, the final one is the commitment we've made to ourselves. So if I go back to the paper that we had in October, the resolution there says that we, quote, agree to consult through a special consultative procedure with the consultation document and corresponding LTP amendment as part of next year's annual plan, i.e. today. So we've already agreed that as a committee of the whole. Today's recommendation is simply effectively noting that, isn't it? What is the process?
You're agreeing the consultation document that's provided to hand that to audit for audit purposes.
Yes.
So it's a minor decision. It's completely in line with previous committees and resolutions. It's just giving you visibility of that consultation document.
Right.
Yes, so just for clarity, Mayor, the council has already made the decision to undertake this consultation in a meeting in October last year by resolution, and this is just carrying out that instruction from the council.
So if it were not to be, we've agreed that, how does that be unagreed if councillors were of a mind to do that? I'm not for a second am I suggesting that, but.
Well, my advice would be that you would have to go through the process of rescinding a previous decision, which wouldn't be possible today. So the important thing here is that today's decision is simply enabling the process to start. It's not a key decision in its own right.
Yes, well, as I said, I see that it is a note that we're making today on the consultation document, and we've already made the agreement. Is that correct?
You're just authorising the beginning of the process of consultation.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, Andy,
Yep.
I'll take one more from you and then you can go back to the back of the, is that it?
That's excellent. I've got one more.
Okay,
Got one
but
more.
I just want to make a point, councillors. We will not finish the questions at this current timing before lunch. And I do want to make a point about the timing of the afternoon, because the way we are going, we will be here late into the evening. So please, could we have some discipline? Thank you.
And I don't wish to be at the back of the queue because I don't have any more other than the one I'm just going to ask. And that's just to Liam. In terms of the proposed fund, you said the building code, etc., being reviewed. Just in terms of both the regulatory and the market incentives for people to actually invest in both green and accessible buildings, aren't most of them either there or pending? And do we need to be sort of intervening in a sense and putting extra money in to incentivize something that by and large the market probably should already be doing, or will be required to do over in the not too distant future, hopefully?
It's hard to answer that question, and I'll do it in two parts. I think firstly, I'm not sure we're clear on the timing of the Building Act review, and that's effectively, I'm echoing back my earlier comment when I introduced the paper about this as a short to medium term initiative under the umbrella that there is going to be a change to the Building Act, and that will raise the bar. But primarily, we're reflecting the ambition of Council again, who was encouraging us both through the district plan rule setting environment and through policy, whether it's the DC policy in its current settings or this new policy, what can we do more? And that's what we've presented today. I wonder if, Bree, you've got anything further to add on Andy's second point.
Thank you, Liam, and thank you, Mayor Foster. I would just add that we are not seeing the market take up these environmental and accessibility standards. That's not to say that people aren't necessarily building that way. I can't, we don't keep track of that in our building consent, so I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that people are not getting the certifications. And from a council perspective, the certifications are key for us to minimize the amount of work that our building consent officers have to put in. So that's why we're looking at certifications. And while the commercial sector may be building to a higher standard now, I would say that it's still not achieving the holistic nature that, say, a Green Star certification does, which takes into a wide range of sustainability outcomes. And for the residential sector, it is not a requirement that they include any type of accessibility initiatives, and we are not seeing that at a large scale, in which case, so we think that the market is not driving this as fast as we would like. And then to your second point about the building code changes, we have seen some changes from the end of last year, specifically around insulation and ventilation, but still that is a very minor betterment of the building code and still does not get close to what Green Star or Home Star sustainability requirements would be.
Deputy Mayor Free, probably one quick one before lunch.
Thanks. Yeah, mine are just going back to some of the more basics. So do we have any idea what's happening with the number of commercial ratepayers we have? Is it going up, down, or is it staying much the same?
We don't know that until sort of that last month of the year, really, Deputy Mayor. So previous years would suggest that the number is increasing, but we will provide that analysis at the end of the month when we come back for that context, because a couple of councillors have asked similar questions. So we'll make sure we provide you that analysis. It just as we do the QV jump in on that last month and do a whole bunch of the valuation work in the last month.
Okay, thank you. And my other one was really about, I noted that you had increased revenue due to inflation. I just wondered how that works when we've also got COVID working in the other direction on our revenues, and how much of a risk is does that mean that our 8.8% figure actually is?
Here, I did say one question, and it's sort of lengthening. We are now at the time that we said we'd take lunch. Is that your last question?
It is.
Okay, we'll get an answer to it. Sorry for interrupting you.
On the technical inflation question, thank you, Chair. It is the inflationary increases on our revenue are in line with our revenue and financing policies, and so they would increase in the proportion that you would expect that policy to have user pays versus subsidise. So even though there is some inflationary increases, it is more recognising the cost to deliver services has gone up, as well as the cost to purchase goods and services has gone up. But it's still in line with our RNF policies.
Okay, I'm just surprised to see that we're actually expecting extra revenue.
All right, now we're gonna break for lunch now. I see Councillor Calvert, you still have questions. If there's any that you can get answered during the lunch break, that would help us out. But of course, we can come back to it. And we will come back at 1 o'clock. Is that still all right, everybody? Okay, we'll see you after lunch.
I have a few questions.
Yes, as I said, if you could get any answer during the lunch break, that would be helpful.
I've asked them the further clarification, so they will take a while. Thank you.
All right. So yes, I think we're going to leave the meeting. Is that right, Sean?
Yes, just to try fix the technical issue with the voting. We're just going to end the meeting, and I'll just ask you to rejoin after.
An accurate description of what it means for commercial ratepayers, so that as you respond to, I understand, a number of questions that you are receiving from different businesses and ratepayers, that you have one consistent statement you can make. I have sent that document to the Democracy Services staff, so I hope that they have it in their hands and can show that to you. Can I confirm that that is the case?
Yes, just 1 second.
Thank you.
Sean, do you want to say anything in addition to the paper, Barbara?
No, look, I think it speaks for itself. I'm simply making sure. I'm sorry, Sean, that's the wrong document. Can you please remove that one? I just emailed it to you now.
Yes, that's just come through. 1 moment. Is that the correct one?
Yes, so I'm simply saying that I want to correct some information that is currently circulating within the business sector about the impact of the proposed adjustment to the commercial differential. In a year where there is no change to valuations, an increase in the differential would in fact increase the proportional allocation of rates to the commercial ratepayers but this year that is not the case. So what officers are recommending is a way to ensure that we maintain the same proportion of rates between commercial ratepayers and residential ratepayers. We give an example of what that might mean in terms of the rates increase currently proposed at 8.8% before adjustment for growth for a ratepayer. And the consequences of not making this adjustment would mean that there will be a significant increase in rates paid by residential ratepayers as opposed to commercial. So this is simply to ensure that everyone understands we are not asking ratepayers to take on proportionately more of the rating stress. That's all I need to say, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
I'm seeking that be tabled.
Great. Yes, okay, so we will table that document. I would just like to check in with councillors. Is that being emailed to us, Sean?
I'll do that now.
Thank you. Would people like to take a 5-minute adjournment to read that? My understanding is we won't be debating it, but it's useful information for us to have as we go into the debate this afternoon. Do people want a 5-minute break to read it? No? Okay.
Yes, I do. And I've got, especially since I've got questions in relation to that as well.
Okay, all right. Sarah, was there a question you had, or we'll take a 5-minute adjournment, but is there something that would change that? Sarah, you're on mute.
My question is really again about, will we adjust this if the numbers, if the growth in the ratepayer base turns out to be radically different from what we're expecting?
Okay, so no, so we'll come back to questions to officers after we have taken a 5-minute adjournment. So actually we will be back at about 13 minutes past, according to me. So we will just turn our cameras off and see you shortly, councillors. Councillors, can you turn your camera on when you're back? Kia ora, Liz.
Done.
Nice to see you.
Kia ora, Liz.
Wasn't sure if I had opened the right thing.
You're here. Well, we're all here, so unless we're all in the wrong place. All right, now we are going to go back to questions of officers. We can't let this go forever, so some discipline, but we will take some more questions. So Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. Look, I just looked at the statement and it said that we're wanting to keep the proportion that are paid by the ratepayers, the commercial ratepayers versus residential, but it also says there'll be an average of 8.8% for both groups. And my point is, which one are we trying to achieve? Because if the numbers of commercial ratepayers changes drastically, you can't have them both. So what are we prioritising? Are we prioritising that we keep the proportion the same, or are we prioritising that everyone pays on average, that both groups pay on average 8.8%? A bit different.
It's two different things. So through you, Chair, we are proposing that we maintain the split, the proportion that commercial sector as a whole pays 44% and residential pays 56% of that total rate take. If the growth, when we do the growth at the very end of the year before we strike the rates, is large, then that remember that 8.8% is pre-growth, so that will come down. And just like as we're doing now, if at the point at the end of the year when we're looking at that growth actually means that there should be a material change in the split, we would bring that to you in advice, but we can't see what that growth would be. And it is highly unlikely that the growth will be that material that it changes the split from 44 and 56%. So let's hope for growth, because it'll bring the 8% down.
Yeah, that's really clear, but I'm a bit worried that we've lost businesses and it might be actually a bit more than that for them and that they'll be angry again. But anyway.
Okay, I don't want to move into debate here, so I am going to be quite strict on this. So we'll take, if you've got multiple questions, Councillor Calvert, we'll take, say, 3 of them, and then we'll go to Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. So First up, and I'll talk about the, my questions are about the rating increase. Can officers point to me where in our rating policy that we actually say that the commercial differential should be based on a proportion of the rating funds? Because I can't find it.
It's implicit, sorry, through you, Chair, it's implicit that the differential that was set in the long-term plan was to create that split. So it's just the way we've spoken about it, hence why we say annually we'd review that. It's not a helpful way in hindsight to talk about it using a mathematical equation rather than a fair share of the rating base, which is what we will move to when we update these policies to remove this confusion.
So, but would you admit that the policy doesn't state that it should be based on percentage? I mean, I know the policy refers to 3.25 differential, but it doesn't refer to how that differential is based. And I think that's the fundamental crux of the issue.
The policy refers to what's a fair amount for each base to pay and looks at affordability. So yes, I think that there's confusion caused by the way that it's written because it's a bit implied rather than explicit, and we can make that explicit.
Yeah, because whilst I acknowledge affordability as one element, there's lots of
you're getting
other
into debate,
factors.
Councillor Calvert.
No, I'm trying to clarify.
No, I am chairing the meeting.
I am trying to clarify.
Questions.
I've got questions.
Well, ask it.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted by you. So, okay, so next question. And this one for Barbara. I put an amendment through to identify further $21 million in savings. And your comment is this amendment is in direct conflict to the advice in Appendix 1. So, but that doesn't negate it being an amendment, does it?
My advice is that it is not possible for you to look for $21 million worth of savings in this plan without undertaking an amendment to the long-term plan, because that would require a significant reduction in levels of service. And that is consistent with advice that is contained within the papers referred to.
So you would think that 3% of an operating budget is a significant level that would require an LTP amendment?
$21 million of rates, it would require a significant adjustment to levels of service, Councillor Calvert.
Yes, but would it require an LTP amendment?
Yes, that is my advice.
Okay, all right. Now, my understanding, my next point is around my other amendment for additional funding that we need for water infrastructure. As I understand it, we are probably running about $4 or $5 million over required for water infrastructure maintenance for this current financial year. That will probably be afforded by what money we've got in this DIA grant. So why wouldn't we be putting in some money now, potential funds, to support increase in water infrastructure for next financial year?
Siobhan, I'll let you answer that, but I would remind councillors that we didn't flatline the funding for water for Wellington Water through the long-term plan. There is already an increase in next year's budget, but Siobhan, perhaps you can answer.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Calvert. Just as I responded to Councillor Condi before, we're actually working through a process of understanding what those drivers are in terms of OPEX increases and CAPEX increases. So we need to do that piece of work. We'll be bringing it back to the Infrastructure Committee on the 26th of April. And then I understand it's going to be wound into May, depending on what option Council elects to go for.
And my other amendments.
All right, now we're moving on to Councillor Pennant, who has a question.
Oh, okay, I'll come back then.
Can I just ask a question around, are we asking questions about amendments now, or is this just about the substantive, what's put forward?
They should just be questions about the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Barbara, just a quick question. I understand there's been further conversations with the business community. So are they understanding this position? And if they do understand it, would they like us to adjust the differential so that the residential sector paid more and they paid less? And do they understand the implications of that? if the residential sector were paying more.
Councillor Pennant, there has been a discussion with the Chamber of Commerce, but I am awaiting their response to the advice I gave them about the matter of the differential. So I can't comment further than that.
Now, Councillor Calvert, I go back to you for questions. I want to emphasise I am the chair of this meeting and I will be respected in that role as I offer you the respect when you are chairing a meeting. Off you go, some more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Apologies if there's a bit of a drill in the background. That's what happens when you Zoom from home. So just going back to the paper 2.1 on the agenda, do officers feel that adjusting the development contributions by way of funds such as this does bring us in danger of fragmenting our development contribution policy, which we still haven't reviewed as yet properly?
Liam, do you want me to answer this?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to help, Sarah, but I mean, Baz has a better understanding of the DC review, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, we actually believe that this approach is providing some more clarity and on DCs by removing these remissions, because that's not the intent of a development contribution policy. If we can have a mechanism to grant fund activity to incentivise different things that we want as outcomes, that's much cleaner from a development contributions policy perspective, because development contributions about development should pay for development, right? Growth pays for growth. That's that. Incentivising other outcomes, we would like it to be separate and clean. Baz, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, you've covered it off exactly. You know, DCs are for growth. That's the purpose behind them, and that's what the policy is about. And taking this step just cleans that process up nicely.
And so, are we expecting any other funds like this to be developed up?
There are no other funds, is my understanding at this point in time.
But that could be a possibility.
Well, that's ultimately for councillors to decide down the line, but there's nothing that officers are working on at this stage.
Okay, all right. The other thing is, I did ask a question about the differentials that other centres were paying, and the response I got was not the response that for the question I asked. Are officers able just to disclose what is the differentials between, say, Auckland and Christchurch as a
We have had a question about this, which was answered in some detail, as well as the
what I'm saying is it wasn't answered. That was my point. It was given percentages, not differential.
Richard or Vincent, are either of you on the line that can very briefly answer the question? So, well, I'm getting a message that we'll have to supply that after this meeting.
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Calvert, if you've got more questions, could you please select them carefully, as we do need to move on with the agenda.
Thank you.
No more questions? Oh, Councillor Condi.
Yes, apologies. I just had one that came up based on Councillor Calvert's question about the DC policy. And it's just that, are there any other DC remissions that are designed as incentives in this way? Because that would be the obvious, if there are other ones that we might want to move them out to give them similar treatment.
No. Councillor Condi, I don't think so.
There isn't. I don't think so. But
no, this is it. That hence clean.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Now, Baz, you had two very quick points you wanted to add. Do you want to do that at the beginning of the annual plan paper or now?
We can do it in front of the annual plan paper if that's okay.
Right. Yep. Yes, that is absolutely fine. Now we will finally move on to our business. Item 2.1, establishing an environmental and accessibility performance fund. Councillor Pennant, do officers need to say anything more? You have introduced it. So we'll go straight into moving it, and Councillor Pennant is going to move, and I am going to second.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate you offering me the chance to introduce this really important paper. So I'd like to give a big thanks to officers for really thinking big, like for listening to councillors, understanding the arguments really well, and of course Councillor Matthews for her very strong advocacy for disabled people. Because, as I said to her in a note, the discrimination against disabled people in the building space is unacceptable. I imagine it is actually illegal. It's a breach of human rights. And so I think there is a very strong policy justification for incentivising developers to do the right thing, given there's such a large gap between what is allowed for in the building code and what really should be done for everyone to make sure that buildings are all are universally designed. This initiative, of course, is also part of Te Atakura, a part of responding to the ecological and climate emergency, which I'm very proud to support, because we just need to keep on working to make sure not only is our transport system sustainable, but so is our building system. So colleagues, you've read the paper. I'm not going to summarise it. I do just want to acknowledge maybe a few concerns, because we've had a number of discussions. As you know, we've talked about subsidising private businesses, but I guess this is the argument here is that there is a very significant public good, and that by offering this incentive that we will get good outcomes that benefit the whole of the city. I have, I think, hopefully agreed with officers that, and I think that was their expectation anyway, that as part of this consultation, and that will be a formal note, that businesses, developers, professionals in the technical area will be able to ask for alternatives. So if people don't like the grant fund, then they're most welcome to offer up other solutions, because I'm actually not particularly worried about what solution we pick, just as long as it works. That's really all that matters to me. I am proud to have brought that DC policy in with the former mayor. Like, it has seemed to have worked somewhat, but we really need to escalate our efforts, just given the level of crisis that we've got. I do take on board the point around certification. It can be expensive. We've found that in our own, when we've done our own buildings. So that definitely does need some more discussion. The question of effectiveness is something that our stakeholder groups will be able to say. And Councillor Matthews, I'd definitely seek your guidance on how to engage with the disabled community about what's going to work, and those with expertise in accessible buildings. I agree that the process needs to be very transparent. So that is one advantage of the grant system, rather than the uncapped development contribution. So I have taken on Deputy Mayor's free suggestion of just getting some feedback at the next LTP from officers about the effectiveness of this. There will be able to be discussion of broad issues, and I just think it's so good to be part of a council that's really lifting its game, being the first in the country to give a really big incentive for some amazing social and environmental outcomes. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Panner. Does anybody else wish to contribute in this discussion? Councillor Condi.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Thank you. I just want to say that I actually really support this fund and changing the way that we're providing this incentive to developers, because I do see that the DC remission was clearly not really working for developers, but also it makes it really difficult for us internally. It creates a whole bunch of challenges in terms of we can't predict when these are going to come in. It's a challenge for us to make sure that we're rating effectively for them. It's also created a challenge for us at regs. A few of these, some of these go through officers, but some of them have ended up at regs, which has been a real challenge for us. And where we've had those conversations at regs, we have talked about how we would prefer that it would be much cleaner if this was a grant fund thing, that you just paid your DC based on the formula, and then you could come and apply for a grant. to try and incentivize this behaviour, because again, the point of the DC policy is to collect money to pay for the growth in infrastructure. And when we have these little carve outs, it gets quite confusing and kind of gives people the wrong idea about what the DC policy is for. It's not really something we can give you a discount off of. It's your fair share of paying for the new pipes and the new roads and the new parks and everything that's needed. So I really support this. I'm not sure that $20 million is the right amount. In the past 8 years, we've spent $4.8 million to $5 million. I'm comfortable with it being perhaps more than that. But at this stage, for me, I feel like maybe 10 million, but we're going out for consultation. So I'm happy for that to be part of the conversation we have with the community as we go out for consultation, and for us to look at that when it comes back to us in May. Thank you.
I did actually see that Mayor Foster had a physical hand up before any other virtual hands. So I'm going to recognise his physical hand and call on him to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I went for both. Look, I'm just going to follow on from Councillor Condy. I'm going to move. I thought the cleanest way of doing this is to move a foreshadowed motion that if the substantive fails, then there's another number. Look, I completely agree with Councillor Condy about the logic of replacing the remissions approach. It never sat well. I mean, we can put all sorts of arbitrary things that we decide are good to have, but they still don't relate to the fact that the DCs are there to help fund growth-related infrastructure. So, I think that's the idea of, if we're going to have a fund or going to support this kind of thing, it's better to have a fund rather than to take through DCs. I guess the issue for me is what's the right number. And 20 million, I think Liam's acknowledged that 20 million is a number kind of a little bit out of the air. Whatever number we pick is probably a bit of the Dutch auction. And so the question is how much. We've seen the number that we've given over the last, or given back effectively over the last 7 years, at just under 5 million. And I also think about it in the context of the other grants funds that we have, and whether this is, if you said you gave if you put $20 million to, let's say even it was 10 million to environmental grants and 10 million to accessibility grants or something of that nature, that's so far more, so much more, certainly in the environment area, and of course we don't have accessibility ones, than we've got at the moment at all. And it just feels, is that the best way to spend a large amount of money, or is it a better way to be targeting something else? And this paper kind of really is just, we can't treat it as though it's free money. It's just, this is the first cab off the rank, it's the best thing to do. And to me, the other thing is, are building owners going to be moving in the right direction with these things anyway? So if you're building a new building, you've got to meet certain accessibility standards. Now, whether those accessibility standards are up to spec or not, I'm not sure. I see you shaking your head. So, but okay, that means that the legislation is deficient. They've got to meet certain standards in terms of energy efficiency and insulation and those sort of things as well. Now healthy homes, those sort of standards. Again, is there more work to be done there? Yes, probably there is. Should we be bailing out the deficiencies in government legislation? Question mark. They will be going there. But the other thing, of course, is even if the legislation doesn't say that, there is some incentive for the market to actually respond and saying, well, I want to build buildings which actually are cheaper to run, able to be used better by more people. At least many people will go down that track, and many of the buildings will meet those standards. And the final thing is that the bit about paying for certification has been raised quite a few times. Certification's nice, but I'm a lot less interested in certification than I am in outcomes. The planet doesn't give a toss in terms of emissions from a building, whether it's certified or certificated or not. It is what it is. And accessibility, you get into it or you don't get into it, because it's accessible or it's not accessible. So that didn't excite me a lot. So I guess my question really is, if you had $20 million to spend, would you spend it this way? And I think I'm going to foreshadow a slightly arbitrary number as well. But I think, given what Councillor Condy said, we spent just over 5 million in the last 7 years. We're looking at another 7 years. Put a little bit of inflation on it, maybe something like 7 million. So $1 million a year seems vaguely about right. So I'll move that as a foreshadowed motion. If the 20 fails, then the 7 can come in, and you can decide whether that's a number you prefer. If the 20 passes, it passes. But I don't want to have a long debate about two separate numbers. So hopefully it's more efficient in terms of our debate.
Thank you, Mayor.
Looking for a seconder if somebody wants to second that.
That's what I was just checking.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, I just briefly wanted to acknowledge Councillors Pennant and Matthews for tireless work on these issues over quite some time. And I think what we've got here is a way that we can incentivise improved accessibility and reduced emissions. We know there's going to be significant growth in housing in Wellington, and this sends a useful signal to developers about what the council wants to see and what we will incentivise. I think that we'll look back on this as Wellington City Council being ahead of its time, and that we actually will see significant law reform from government in this area. So I'm very pleased to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, yes, just a really quick thank you to officers for this mahi and listening to our needs, but also thank you, Councillor Condi, for bringing up the issues around the regs. Like, I was there for one of those debates and they were really tricky, and it wasn't fitting in well. So I'm really pleased to see this being brought forward. No surprise, I am in support of this and of the amount. And I guess for me, it's about being clear about the outcomes that we want and incentivising those. And through incentivising with a carrot rather than a stick, we build partnerships with developers. And I think that we need to get in bed with developers a lot better than what we are right now. And this is a way of doing that, because they actually hold, Councillor Fitzsimons, I'm looking at you. They hold the ticket, or a lot of the ticket, to how we develop good housing in our city going forward. So I'm in full support of this fund. And, you know, just a good example around the building code, even with water, I know that I do say this often, but how can we incentivise reduction in water use when we're not even incentivising builders through the building code to be able to just start looking at different systems? And this is critical to show leadership, because after the leadership, others do follow. So it's our responsibility to set this direction, and I think this is a really good move. Thank you, officers, again.
Thank you. Councillor Rush, Haere mai, nice to see you.
Yes, colleagues, my apologies for absent this morning, but difficult times in the Rush household at the moment, with different various people being tested positive. Hey, look, I suppose I did miss the Q&A on this, but I suppose I'm just a little bit unclear about why we would be going to very wealthy and hard-nosed developers that are going to be making decisions based on signals coming out of the emissions trading scheme anyway, to build low-carbon sort of developments. I just find that when we've got a social housing problem that is brutally underfunded, and we would actually gift some of the most wealthy developers in our city grants to make them do the right thing, sort of thing, when we could use regulatory tools. Councillor Foon talking about water, just put the price of water up on water meters. It's pretty simple. You know, you can cut back on water just like that. So I'm sort of the view, you know, this is not a space where the state should be operating. I think the Climate Change Commission has set a pathway through to zero, which needs to be followed. And if we start tinkering in that space, we'll probably just upset it. And
it sounds like debate, Councillor Rush.
Sorry, did you interrupt me?
I did, because it sounds like debate.
Councillor Day, we are in debate. Okay, keep going, Councillor.
Anyway, I think I made my point there. I mean, I just think that it's, you know, I think we've got other priorities, and the way that this the government's settings, in fact, the IPCC's, is to utilise markets, and that is in train. So I'd let the market work.
Thank you, Councillor Rush, and hopefully you haven't been given Christopher Luxon too many hugs. Don't want that to affect your health. All right, Councillor Young.
Virtual ones.
Okay, so yesterday I read that inflation is the highest it's been for 30 years, which may not mean much to many of you, but I can remember what was happening 30 years ago. We all know interest rates are rising. We all know that the petrol price is terrifying for those who have cars, not Councillor Pannett. Grocery prices are rocketing and people will really struggle to stay solvent. And at the same time, this council continues on its orgy of spending, which in turn will fuel inflation. So I am very concerned about this proposal. And we know that we've got uncertain times ahead. The officers have told us have told us, others are saying we could have World War III ahead of us. I mean, we are in very difficult times. So I think it's time for prudence and pragmatism, not ideology. So I remain firmly opposed to borrowing money for OPEX, and I'm horrified at our rate of borrowing. This won't be new to you because you know that I'm fiscally dry, right? But I just want to get this on the record. And I do believe we need to cut costs right across the board. Councillor Pannett asked me whether I would have it across the board. Absolutely. So I am horrified by this, to be honest. And the other thing is that with the green buildings, we have a good mechanism to drive green buildings through the development contribution process. And our role as the council should be to incentivise good behaviour, buildings that are really sustainable, not handing out lollies with no idea what they're used for. So I'm opposed to that as well, but I want to keep it short because I need to go at 4:45 and I don't want to hold you up.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. And I was pleased to second this, and I thank the Mayor for bringing it, because my first reaction was 20 million is quite a lot of money. I do understand that it's an important point, and I'm very eager to see that we actually get better buildings, particularly more accessible buildings. But looking at the figure made me nervous, and borrowing for OPEX also made me nervous. And I do think it makes sense just to have a slightly lower number and to review at the LTP. We will not spend that 7 million in 2 years. I would be most surprised if we did. So in actual fact, what I think this shows is responsible planning, because as other people have pointed out, there are a lot of other things that we do need to spend money on. And I know Councillor Pannett, for example, and others are very concerned about earthquake resilience. And, you know, you could ask why we haven't got a bigger fund for that. So I'm definitely going to be voting for the 7 million. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And no surprise, but I won't be voting for this this in the paper or any amendment. We shouldn't be borrowing money to fund operational expenditure. It's simple. I think we've done it once in recent times, and that was because of COVID. And that is a special thing, but we shouldn't be borrowing money for operational expense. We should have found some savings within our budget. It's already increased from 600 million to 660 million operating expenditure for the year. So I'm sure we could have found something if it was that important. I would rather see us put more effort into building more housing, because we can do that under current settings, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So I can't support these. The funding could have come from within, not additional funding. Thank you.
All right, is there no other hands up? We will go to Councillor Pannett for the right of reply. And just a reminder that the first vote is on the full $20 million. If that fails, then we revert to the foreshadowed motion for the lesser amount. All right, Councillor Pannett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the excellent debate. Thank you, Councillors Foon and Fitzsimons, for your positive comments. Councillor Condi, I think your point is useful, but I would just say that in 2014, embarrassingly, having a green buildings policy was a little bit forward thinking. And I really expect that we will see a much greater escalation as the city changes of much better buildings. Like I don't think we're going to see just 8. I think we'll see many more quickly. Mayor Foster, yes, your amount that you're suggesting is arbitrary. So I'm not quite sure what that is. And like I say to Councillor Condi, I expect to see more buildings. I also, as you know, when we debated our RMA submission, said that we did, the council believed we need to see reform of the Building Act. And I think both things are needed. You need legislative change to drive good outcomes, as well as some cold, hard cash. Look, I did talk to an architect last night from a prominent studio. Yes, the architecture profession certainly is moving in the right way. They're very green. Developers are still a little bit slow there. And I think on accessible buildings, that is not happening. And including our council is not building universally designed buildings. We're sort of still in the frame of putting in units, and that does need to change. Councillor Rush, I take your point about just giving money to wealthy developers. That's why I just did modify the recommendations slightly, just to allow for some other solutions. If someone comes up with something better, that's what we could do. And we can also put controls on when the criteria comes back, as we did with the BIF, to make sure that doesn't happen. I take your point about social housing needing money, and would be supportive of money going in there, as well as Deputy Mayor Free for earthquake-prone buildings. Thank you for raising that. Absolutely, we need a fund for that. So just finally, Councillor Young and Councillor Calvert, I obviously am a different philosophical shade of green. I think we need to spend money to get really good outcomes, which ultimately will save us money when we don't have to do so much adaptation to climate change, and will give us lots of really good socially just outcomes. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Now we will put that to the vote. I assume people don't want to take anything separately. They'll vote for the entire paper or against it.
Well, I just think whether we should take the noting, I mean, I'm happy to receive the information, and after that it's a big fat no.
Can we please see what we're voting on?
I think, Chair, you'll need to take 3 on its own, because if 3 would have failed, that's the bit that would then have foreshadowed.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. We will vote on, first of all, on everything but 3. Is that?
I think you've got to deal with 1 and then the rest other than 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 1. Who wants to receive the information? You now have a voting button.
That is carried unanimously.
And now we'll go to the rest of the paper. And we'll
other than 3?
Yes, and then we'll vote for 3 last.
Oh, sorry, mistake.
So that is carried with 10 votes in favour.
Hang on.
Oh.
What is the problem, Mayor Foster?
My problem with the hang on was I was just trying to find my button so I could actually replace the tick which was there from the previous vote across for this one.
Okay, right. Sorry, over to you, Sean.
In that case, that's carried 9 votes to 6, with Councillor Young, Mayor Foster, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Rush, Councillor Wolf, and Liz Kelly voting against.
All right, and then we'll go to point 3, the amount of money.
Are those new ticks and crosses?
Yes, this is voting for the 20 million.
Mine stayed up, but I'm still voting no.
So that is carried 8 votes in favour and 7 votes against. Councillors Calvert and Young, Deputy Mayor Free, Councillor Rush, Councillor Wolf, Mayor Foster, and Liz Kelly against.
Thank you, councillors. So we now move on to item 2.2, the annual plan and LDP amendment consultation document. Baz, you had a couple of very brief points you wanted to make now?
Yes, if I can. Thank you, Chair. Look, just in terms of recommendation 14, there was an attachment that we were due to table today, which was just going to show the consequential changes to the 21 LTP. We're still working our way through it, so it's not really consequential. So we'll bring it to the council meeting later in March. So I just wanted to note that, and I've sent some words to Sean so we can just note that little change. There's also some minor wording changes to the consultation document in terms of some of the options. Sarah might be able to speak to that in a little bit more detail, and I think Deputy Mayor Sarah Free has also moving an amendment that allows and provides for officers to make those kind of minor editorial changes as we start preparing the material for audit and the final CD for adoption.
It
Sarah,
might have
did you have
been.
any updates?
It might have been that amendment of mine was going to be incorporated into the substantive. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm very happy to put something like that in the substantive because clearly there's some words that need to be tidied up regardless. So
we'll do that rather than taking a separate amendment.
Yeah, that's very sensible. So what I'll put in the end is just to say that the officer, chief executive, in consultation with you as chair and me as mayor, any consequential wording, etc., from the debate.
Thank you. All right.
Can I just briefly bring your attention to one error though, and that's the in the paper we talk about a net deficit of 22.9 million due to however that should actually be 15.9 million. The 7 million for fair value movement on investment properties should have been netting off against that deficit, so that will be updated too.
So whereabouts is that, Sarah?
In the body of the paper.
Page, paragraph.
Anyone help me out here, Richard? I will email out.
Yeah, can we all put it in the chat, something like that? Okay, all right. Now I will pass over to the mayor to move the paper.
Finally. Thanks, Chair. Look, first of all, I wanted to just say thank you to the staff for all the work that has been put into getting us to this point, and also for the work that I know is going to be done for the period through the consultation and the final decision making. 3 things I wanted to cover. First of all, some comments on the overall budget. Secondly, some of the comments, the component bits that we're specifically being invited to look at. And thirdly, the special consultations, which are the heart of this. So first of all, in terms of the overall budget, 8.8% before growth and 8.2% after growth. As some of you will say, that is a very high number, and it is a very high number. And what I think, one of the things that I do think we need to do, and Sarah's, I should say the Chief Financial Officer's presentation gave us a bit of a where does that number get built up from, and I think that's an important piece of the information which we should put out in front of the public so they understand where it's coming from. Other than the decision that we've just made, i.e. the 20 million, what you can see is that the 8.8 does not come from a lot of new spending. There's not lots of new initiatives in there. So there's a little bit there about enhanced support for environmental restoration, which by my calculations is about 0.05% on the rates. So it's a very, very small amount. Then there's the reduction and removal of several things like parking charges. And I know that there'll be an amendment coming from you, Chair, about the about library fines. So it's not like we've been on a big spending spree, which has led to the 8.8%. What it is from past capital expenditure decisions. So some of those are ones which were made this triennium. Some of them are ones which were made last triennium, but they are still flowing through. You can't avoid the depreciation and interest costs that are attached to them. It's also due to increased interest and inflation costs. When we passed the LTP last year, we were in a different environment in terms of both inflation and interest rates, and they have gone up markedly, as we've all seen, and that has an impact on the council as well. And then, of course, there's all the COVID-related costs, which are significant. The important point to make here is that despite all of those, we were forecasting in the LTP a 9.7% rates increase for this year. And in fact, we are down to 8.8%, even with all those things thrown in. And a large part of that is because we've got $15 million of operating savings in the budget this year. And that's on top of the 17 million we had in the previous 2 years. So effectively, the combination of those 3 years is close to 10% off the operating cost of the council, which is no mean effort. And Barbara, Chief Executive, I want to say thank you for the work that's gone into putting us in that position, because without that, our rates will be a lot higher than they are at the moment. I'd also like to remind you that for those who were here, the 2018 to 2028 LTP anticipated a rates increase for this year of 6.2%, and that's without the library, which obviously we are spending money on. It's without the increase in infrastructure investment, which we've made. It's without the the doubling of the amount of money which we've made available now for Let's Get Wellington Moving. It's certainly without COVID, because we didn't even know the thing existed at that point. And it's without inflation and interest rates, which at that time were running at about 1 or 2%, not at inflation at sort of 6%, and interest rates starting to rise quite rapidly. And let's not beat around the bush. COVID is a significant cost to the council. That's things like the airport dividend, it's things like the many fees and charges we're not receiving, it's extra costs like security, and it's also our pandemic response packages, which we've been trying to help, particularly our business community, get through. So that's the overall picture, and trying to explain it. And I think we need to make sure that the documents do explain why we've got to a number which, for my money, feels uncomfortable, but it is the number it is, and there are good reasons why it is the number it is, and I think we need to explain that. Now, in terms of some of the components, we've already had the debate about the Environment and Accessibility Fund, so I won't say anything more about that. In terms of the restorative planting support, well, I thought the Pūroro from George was wonderful this morning, and I share his passion for the environment. I thought he was extremely eloquent with it. If I go back, and he mentioned the climate emergency, and when we were going to declare, and Councillor Pannett will remember this, when we were going to declare a climate emergency, I said, look, can we also declare an ecological emergency? Now, a lot of councils had already declared a climate emergency. We might have been the first to declare an ecological emergency. And I'm really pleased that we did. And so this investment fits with our response to that. And I think we need to reflect that we as a city are on a world-leading journey of environmental restoration. And George said exactly that. The natural environment here is going forwards, whereas in most places in the world it's tragically going backwards. And that's a source of real pride, real community engagement, and underpins our quality of life. If you have a look at our new our new economic wellbeing strategy, that's in there as well. It's saying this is something which has an economic benefit to us as well. And it sits squarely behind the Economist rating us as the #1 city in the world for environmental security last year, and then Cognizant the year before, recognising us as one of 19 cities in the world of being a city of the future. So, not only are we looking after the environment for its own sake, but it also is paying dividends for the reputation of our city and the livability of our city. And I just think that if you think about all the response to the post-parliamentary protest, one of the things people have really wanted to do is to get involved in healing and reclaiming. And I think that is exactly, while it's not in the immediate environments, that's exactly what this sort of investment is about doing, supporting the healing and the reclaiming and the involvement of our community in looking after the natural environment. So the only question, councillors, for me is whether you want to go further with the amount. And of course, it's out for consultation. So you can either move an amendment now, assuming you support this, or say, well, this is something for consultation and we can decide whether we want to go further or not. I must say the one disappointment I have in thinking about this is that the Jobs for Nature program, which came out of the government's budget, 2 years ago, hasn't really landed in Wellington in a meaningful enough way. Obviously, predator-free support, but there's more that we could have done. And I really wish that we'd had that extra partnership from government there. The next thing we were asked to look at was encroachment fees. Now, I do support increasing them. I guess the question we've got in front of us is whether the level of increases is appropriate or not. I probably would have preferred something like 50%. But again, that is something for engagement. And I think that's something which we can ask our community about. The other one in respect to encroachment fees is the airspace changes. Now, I've always felt that, if you've got 10 or 12 stories and they've all got a balcony on it, I can't really see how somebody whose balcony is on the 12th floor is really encroaching in anything that's of any meaningful impact on anyone in the community, because nobody else is going to be able to use it. And I also feel that balconies have an energising and safety benefit for areas, because they give that interface between that passive social or passive visibility over public spaces. So I think that's something we ought to be asking about, whether we should be charging so much. And I also particularly think about where a balcony and a veranda are the same, where they're one and the same, whether we should be charging anything for that at all, because by and large, we want verandas, but then we would charge for the balcony. So, and the final bit on that one is to say that I think, again, for the umpteenth time, we should be going and lobbying government to advocate for law change around road stopping. Because if people are going to try and buy land, and that helps to allow them maybe to develop the land better if we want more housing in those areas. At the moment, it's a very difficult and expensive process, so we should be better if we can. The final thing I wanted to mention in the annual plan as a whole is the differential, and there have been, obviously there's been quite a lot of noise about that. I think you've heard very clearly the advice from our officers that the shift in the differential doesn't change the amount which has actually been charged to each sector. I can remember that we were being told by a councillor that if we didn't, that while we were looking at that point a 9% rates increase, that it would land as 12% for the residents. Now, it doesn't do that because of the differential shift. It lands at basically the 8.8 for everybody across the board on average, both sectors. And just to remind you that the reason we're in that situation is that the commercial sector rose in value by, over the last 3 years, by 36.74%, while the residential sector rose in value by 56.43. Those are really big numbers, very big numbers indeed. And normally that wouldn't be the case, that you have such large numbers and therefore such a big shift. It is what it is. And I do reflect something that I think we talked about this morning, that perhaps it would be better if our valuations were done on the year leading into the LTP rather than the year after the LTP. And maybe that's something that's able to be thought about in the future. And the final thing I wanted to mention, and thank you for your forbearance here, is the special consultations, the two special consultations. And these are the things, it's not the annual plan itself that's why we're consulting. If we just had the annual plan, we probably wouldn't be consulting at all. We just, hey, here's a document, here's what we're doing, and that will be it. It's the two special consultations which are the reason we have to consult. And first one, the landfill. I wanted to reflect, Councillors Fitzsimons and Foon and I and officers went to a very good community meeting at Awhero Bay. Well, it was pre-Christmas, I can remember that. Mr. Mendonça was there with us, and I thought we got, I thought this could be quite a tough meeting, but it was a really pragmatic meeting. It was a community there that understood that waste is all of our problem. It's not just a council problem, that we all produce waste at the moment. There was a real desire to try and reduce and to minimise waste, but there was a recognition that we had to have a pragmatic solution with whatever the residual waste was. And I think, Councillor Foon, you'll probably correct me on this, but the community working group sort of came out of that meeting. And I see a nodding there. The community working group came out of that meeting, and it's taken a similarly pragmatic and constructive approach in recognising that we want to minimise waste. We are working to deal with our sludge, and at the same time, though, that we do need somewhere to put the residual waste. And the option which officers have come up with of the piggyback is obviously a much lower impact proposition than the original proposition, which was to go right up the valley. And we saw certainly the adverse feedback we got from particularly Zealandia on pushing the landfill closer to the Zealandia fence. And I've got no doubt a few other people would have had an adverse reaction to that too. So I think it's a pragmatic approach, and I look forward to what the community have to say. The only reason it's here in front of us is that under the Local Government Act, we're required to, if we were going to cease a service, in other words, cease providing a landfill, we would have had to do this consultation. So that's why it's here, and I look forward to the feedback on that. And then finally, that leaves with housing. And look, we've had quite a lot of discussion, but I really do want to stress this one. We have a major problem with our social housing portfolio. It's a threefold problem. It's a problem of sustainability for us. It doesn't work. It's a problem of affordability for our tenants. Again, it doesn't work. And it's a problem for additionality in the terms of building more housing, because we can't afford to do that. Every time we build a new house, we lose even more money. This has now, in no uncertain terms, got to a critical stage. You heard from the Chief Executive that, if we delay a year, that's another $10 million that we have essentially lost, which we didn't need to lose, because you'd pick that up at the other end. By the time you fix this in a few years' time, we wouldn't have had to lose this year's money. So anybody who's being fiscally conservative, fiscally concerned, should be wanting to deal with this as soon as possible, not put it off. We're all familiar with the graph of doom. That has been a graph which has been in front of us for several years. It's something which I think the previous council should have addressed, but we didn't. And I've said to you before, councillors, I've praised you for your courage in taking this one on, and I'll do that again to say, well done, councillors. You've showed the leadership that perhaps was lacking previously, and we've taken what for some of you in particular is some hard calls. We've already made a decision. That decision is we will consult. Today we're asking to note the consultation document. I don't know how the revocation process quite would work if we had to rescind the rep, but I hope we don't end up going down that track. We know that the business unit will be technically insolvent in this coming year, and our officers have worked really hard with government officials for many months to get us to this position. I, with the support of particularly Councillors Day and Fitzsimons, have met with the Minister, and I think we had a really productive meeting with her and her officials and our officials on Friday. That gave us the assurity that we've got to go forward with this consultation. As the document says, the government is very comfortable with what we're proposing. The CFO said that this is not an overnight solution. It's not, but it is, I think, the only solution we've got available, unless government would turn around and say, yes, we will give you income-related rents as a council-run operation. At the moment, they haven't said that. But what this does is giving us a pathway out of what is a triple problem: affordability, sustainability, and additionality. It's a pathway to more affordable rents for our tenants. I hope that we can do it faster than is possibly signalled here, and we will keep working on that. It's a pathway to a sustainable housing service, however that is run, and it's a pathway to the city housing service, excitingly, being able to deliver more social housing. But we know that on our own land, we could probably get about another 300 extra houses if we have a service which is can actually do that. At the moment, the answer will be zero. We wouldn't be able to do it. We've still got a lot of work to do. Why do we need to act now? Well, I think it's that, first of all, it's that $10 million a year that we're losing at the moment. So that's $27,000 a day we're losing. By the time we get to year 10, unless something changes, we are losing $70,000 a day average across the 10 years. That's a huge sum of money, and we just can't keep doing that. So the city housing unit is bleeding to death, and it will hemorrhage the council as well. It will prevent future councils from doing what they need to do on behalf of the city. Our tenants, over 40% of them are paying more than 35% of their rent, of their income and rent. So they are bleeding too. And of course, as I said, we cannot afford to build anything new, and we're in a housing crisis. So how is that smart? If we want to address the social housing end of the housing crisis, we have to act, and we have to act now. As soon as we've got some certainty around this, a business unit, a CHIP, can start actually moving to start investing in new housing, which is what we want to do. And just to finish off, Barbara's clear advice is that the government expects us to consult. They support us consulting. I think it would send a very, very odd message if we said we're going to pause. And the risk we've got, of course, is that they may not be in the same space in a year's time. We're not the ones holding all the cards here. It's the government that's holding the cards, and we need to recognise that. And taking that risk, especially when they are going into an election year, would be utterly irresponsible, because we'd then be trying to set up a CHIP, and who knows what will happen in the next election. So I think that's very risky. And the other thing, as I said, is we're also expecting, we've even given ourselves the instruction to consult, and I think we should follow through on that. The minutes of the October meeting of the community of the cultural, economic and community meeting, they record every one of us being there. They record nobody voting against this. That was a 16-0 vote because Councillor Sparrow was still here. So I don't see any advantage or any justification in us delaying. The final thing I would say is really important, and I took on board some comments that Councillor Fitzsimons made, and the officers have obviously taken that on board too, that this engagement is done with sensitivity. We put every effort we can into making sure that our tenants, understand it. That is part of what the mayoral task force is doing, to try and make sure that there is good understanding around around what a CHIP looks like and how it runs and what the benefits of it are or aren't. And so we do that really, really sensitively. And one of the things I've really enjoyed over the last year or so as we've gone through this work is actually engaging with our tenant community, hearing their stories and thinking about how we can help them as we also help to try and put the social housing portfolio into a sustainable fashion. So I think to finish off, I think we can provide some more information to help provide clarity around the rates rises, around the numbers behind the housing options, and some of the commentary around some of the documentation there about, but we've got to look beyond the 10 years. We've got to look at things around tenancy turnover rates and also some commentary around other chips and the experience of those. So, look, I'm pleased to move this, and thank you, councillors, for your consideration of it, and I hope for your support of both the annual plan and the consultation documents.
Thank you, Mayor Foster. And with such a comprehensive speech, the rest of us can be a lot briefer in our addresses. And so I look forward to that. Councillor Condi is going to second. Do you wish to speak now, Councillor Condi?
No, I'll reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay, then what we will do is we will start to move through the amendments that we have to this paper. And the rationale I'm using for the order is just the order in which they arrived. And so that puts my amendment first, but there is an addition to my amendment, as well as the issue of library fines. We are, and Sean is just going to show you, we actually were so inspired by George's address that we have actually put in that option 4. So Councillor O'Neill is going to second, and she will speak to that part of that amendment. So, and I will speak to the issue of library fines. My amendment is to the annual planners for Wellington City to join a national and international movement for fines-free libraries. Auckland, Christchurch, Upper Hutt, Nelson, Dunedin, and many more, all of their library services are completely fines-free. Books and libraries have changed my life, and I guess I'm looking forward to tearing down any barrier that stops them from changing another person's life. So our fines don't mean items get returned more quickly. What they mean is people stop coming to the library if they can't repay them. Currently, our fines are some of the highest in the country, probably the highest. In doing some of the work for this amendment, I was kind of surprised to find out that our fines are referred to debt collectors. So debt collectors do chase people down for their library fines, and also that a significant proportion, as Marianne Reid was outlining, a significant proportion of library fines are written off periodically. So, while we're looking at these numbers, actually, it is a less expensive option because much of this money never is recovered, and also money in terms of time spent by staff, and also debt collectors is spent to try and retrieve. I did think about, whether we go down the children and young person scrapping their fees only. For this, it was reflected in our child and young person strategy. However, everybody that has scrapped library fines for children and young people, they then move to getting rid of them for everybody. And the reason being that if, mum or dad has a big library fine, then the child doesn't get taken to the library anyway. So it actually still acts as that disincentive. Every time I have shared my intention to move this amendment, I've heard stories from people who were too anxious, scared or ashamed to go back to the library once they had an overdue fine, and often to do with some quite complicated and difficult life circumstances. It's not necessarily just related to being on a low income. It's also about being cash strapped at that particular time for a particular reason. And also I think we've had the sort of added plea from the community to address this issue during COVID, where there are lots of other reasons people might be isolating or unwell and not able to return items. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it does eliminate a huge barrier to reading and to being part of these community spaces. By eliminating fines, by becoming a fine-free library system, it allows our libraries to become modern, inclusive, welcoming places we want them to be. And, officers are here, I believe, to answer any technical questions, but, this is supported by librarians. And it is relatively simple to implement. And there are many other strategies we can use to ensure that items are returned. And in fact, you know, both that kind of Upper Hutt example, but Auckland, what libraries services have found is we have increased numbers of borrowers, increased numbers of borrowing, and actually improved rates of return, because that kind of fear or anxiety about the cost is eliminated. So that's one of the reasons why this is kind of taking off. I can't believe this change hasn't been enacted sooner. We pride ourselves on being a modern progressive city, and we have been, I think, left behind by basically nearly all of the other big cities in terms of them taking action first on eliminating overdue fines. And I recognise that now is not the best time in terms of cost pressures, but we are becoming increasingly out of step. And so, you know, the best time was kind of 5 years ago, and then the next best time is now. Overdue fines drive away the very people who most need our libraries. And I want to share a quote from someone that messaged me when they saw that I was going to move this. And they are a foster parent. And they said that the foster tamariki, that when she registers them for a library card, they're so excited. It's like one of the first things that these children have that is really theirs. It has their name on it, and to be able to go and reserve things themselves. They've always got the option of using her card, but they never want that. They want their own library card. And that she has this fear about when they go into the next home environment, that library fines will stop that enjoyment. And so that was just someone that reached out to me about what a difference that this would make for those children in terms of their own sense of identity and self. And yeah, why would we want to put that kind of barrier in the way for such a small amount of money? So I really look forward to having your support on this. I think it's well overdue. We need to shelve library fines, and that's enough library jokes. Thank you, colleagues. So, Councillor O'Neill, do you want to speak now as seconder, and you can talk about trees?
Is it all right if I speak now as seconder?
Yes.
Oh, cool, awesome. Thank you, councillors. I'll just briefly speak to Councillor Matthews' first part of the original amendment here. And I would really like to thank, I guess, your personal dedication. You're all quite often proudly showing us the big stack of books you've just got from Te Awe. And I know that Councillor Pennant and Councillor Young are also very avid readers as well. And I guess it kind of speaks to the lived experience and the values that we have, and to pass on thanks there. We know that from different studies, actually getting out a first book before you've even first issued a book at the library, and an impending fear is that you will have to pay a fine for the goods of that book. And that is something that I've been reflecting on quite a lot when doing a whole bunch of behavioural studies research around your amendment, because there's lots out there from other awesome librarians who have touched on this. And when I was younger, there were instances by which my primary school, Lower Bay School, or Evans Bay Intermediate, would have library days at Wellington City Council. And I do recall sometimes certain kids in my class not being able to take a book home at the end of the day, and the kind of inequity of those different spaces as well. And to me, in 2022, that is why movements like these are really important, because kids should not be going home without access to education and books. Yeah, we know that our libraries provide a really key socio-economic background, not just for our tamariki, but for our other people in our community. For example, our librarians host really awesome how to use technology and computers and iPad sessions for people that might be struggling with technology. We know that they provide quiet reading times and different spaces for our people with sensory issues as well. And it also provides a really important space for people on the lower socioeconomic scale and people experiencing hardship and homelessness. And so with that, I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Matthews once again, your mahi on this, and your organising within the community to make sure that we have voices from librarians being showcased here today, and I've been really excited to see that. In regards to the second part of the debate, on this. I just wanted to reflect, I guess, and all credit to Councillor Laurie Foon, because that was our initial annual plan meeting a few weeks ago that Councillor Foon signalled to all of us councillors that we wanted to investigate glyphosate, our tree planting program, and our sanctuary to sea. And actually what's come out of this is some really awesome officer advice from Danielle and Paul Andrews and Mafanway. And yeah, just to acknowledge Councillor Foon's leadership on this. And yeah, what we ended up finding out is it's better to do quality over quantity in terms of a natural environment strategy in our city. And that's sort of telling the story that George was talking about this morning around investing in forestation and really supporting and wrapping around those trees. Anyone who has ever done any sort of weed management or other kinds of restoration knows that maintenance is a huge part of our budget, and that is why we are moving option 4 in a really excited way today to significantly increase the operational capacity of our urban ecology team. And I know that that's a lot of jumbo words, but yeah, really excited to see that. And councillors, to reflect last annual plan, I brought to you a case of a humble 300k for increased weed management that took our 8% of all green space in Wellington that received weed management up to 10%. And I was really excited, and we received a whole lot of positive feedback on that. So just imagine what 445k or $4 million over the next decade could do to support our volunteer groups. And Mayor Foster, of course, to acknowledge your service in this area, as well as Celia Wade-Brown, Iona Panner and Peter Gilbert and their efforts for the tree planting program. And I hope that your comments earlier will indicate that you're ready to rise to George's challenge and support an increase in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Now, I have had a request that we have a very short wharapaku break right now, 5 minutes, and then actually, if anybody's got any questions of officers of this amendment, then we can go to that. I think you might have one, Mayor Foster?
Yeah, it was a very simple question. I just wanted to check with the Chief Executive that she was supportive of it. I suspect I know the answer, but I think it would be good to at least get that on the record. And also that obviously there will be some costs which will be avoided by not having to go and do all the debt collection and all the other sort of stuff. So I'd be interested in her actually exploring that. Doesn't have to give us an answer on that one now, but if you want to do that now, then I've asked that question and she can give us the answer, then that would be helpful.
Kia ora, Mayor. My team just quickly let me know that there was a question for me about library fines and this proposition. Is that right?
Yes, indeed. Indeed. I just wanted your advice on whether you think it's a good idea or not a good idea.
It's actually probably about 30 years since anyone asked me a question about library fines. It's going way back in my career. But I think the principle behind the proposition is consistent with the purpose of the public library and giving access to information and material for people who cannot otherwise easily have that access. And the trend that the librarians are talking about here, where fines are actually a barrier to those very people we most want to help, is something I have observed myself in my time working in libraries, which, as I said, is a very long time ago. So look, I think the key thing here is that the proposition is sound, and it's simply a matter for the council to consider whether it accepts it and with it the change in anticipated revenue in the libraries.
And you'd also be able to work with the library team to look at any savings that would be able to be made as a result of not having to go and pursue people with debtors and all the other sort of stuff.
Well, look, I haven't had the chance to have that conversation with
that's
the team
fine. That's
there,
fine.
but yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and obviously, Councillor Matthews, I'm pleased to support it.
Okay, thank you. We will we'll take a 5-minute break just to go to the bathroom. So just 5 minutes. We'll be back at 1:30, and then I suggest we take an afternoon tea break at 3:15. So just for 5 minutes now, and then we'll take a quarter of an hour at 3:15. Okay, just to give it so we can plan our ablutionary needs or whatever they are. Okay, see you in 5 minutes. As you return to us, councillors, show your faces, and so we know when we're ready to go back. Just give it another minute. All right, it's 1:30. If you're there, could you put your screen on? And we will resume the debate. There's no other questions of officers? No? Okay, so Councillor Day.
Definitely no other questions from me. This is a fantastic, both of these are fantastic amendments to be supporting. Very happy to support them. And I just want to quickly speak to the library fines one as someone who has donated quite a lot of money to Wellington City Libraries over the last 18 years. And I guess Councillor Young asked earlier in the question time why people get their books back late. One of the worst ones for us was probably the kids between them had about 30 library books, and we went away on holiday, and within hours of being away I realised that we'd forgotten to return the library books, and we were away for a week and we came back to very heavy fines. And at that stage, on one income, it was kind of down the list of things we could afford to pay, and so we didn't go back to the library for at least 6 months because I knew that that would start a conversation around why we couldn't borrow more books at that stage. So it does have very tangible effects on children's interaction with books and libraries, because they just love being able to go, and it's like they're shopping. They can pick things off and feel that sense of being able to select something and take it home and interact with it. And the interactions are special. And I have to say, as a teacher, I do remember we used to do library visits, and it was always tricky because the issues around fines always unfortunately disproportionately affected our tamariki who couldn't necessarily solve those problems of fines themselves. So this has got far-reaching impacts, Councillor Matthews, and I am really pleased that you're doing this actually across the board and not just for children, because actually we want parents to be able to model reading with their children as well, and for children to see their parents reading books. The evidence is really strong that children who see their parents read see reading as a valued thing to do. So very happy to support, and I would like to thank both Councillor Matthews and Councillor O'Neill and Foon for their mahi on both these amendments. Really great that we're doing some things that I guess back the investments that we've made both within libraries and within our environment. If we're going to spend a lot of money doing good things, we should make sure that we follow through and make them work. And particularly with the planting, people put a lot of time into going and planting those trees, and it's pretty heartbreaking to go back years later and see they've been smothered and that they're not doing what people hoped they would when they planted them. So I'm really excited to be able to support an option which means that we do the absolute best we can. Kia ora.
Councillor Foon.
Really quick, no surprises, and 100% support of both. Councillor Matthews, thank you so much for your mahi and sending us through all the articles. I must admit this wasn't on my top 10 of things to achieve this annual plan. So thank you for your work on that. But I think what struck me most about it too was that it really does align with our vision to be an inclusive city. And there was a lot of evidence that this supports that. Also, just that it's in the budget line didn't sit well for me as an income, that we were expecting the fines. That's not something we should be, doing. So I'm really pleased to see this move and fully support. In terms of, just really want to thank officers for bringing our amendment or this recommendation for us today. And I know that it would have been really, I don't want to use the word brave, but they would have had to go through a lot of checkpoints to get this on the table and to actually for it to even qualify, because I know that no one wanted to bring more expenditure to this annual plan. But actually, I think the opportunity we've got here is that when we started at council and we went away on that cute little camp and we got slammed in it for the media, there was this amazing woman from Christchurch who really spoke to me about what is your city's unique point of difference. So to me, with this amendment, we are actually investing in the kaka that lays the golden eggs, because that is why people come to Wellington. I can see you, Councillor Young, having fun with that one. But just that this is the investment we need to make in the things that make Wellington unique and attract Wellington to us. So yes, and now is my time to bring up some whakapapa, an old Chinese proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time to plant it is now. So that's why I'm really 100% in support. And go, George, what a brave message for us this morning. I didn't believe that this is what we would be bringing. So I think George really needs to take the credit for this one today. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Councillor Matthews and Councillor O'Neill for bringing this amendment around library fines. It's not every day you get to make a decision to support reading and literacy, and that is what we're able to do today. And I also just want to reflect on Janet Frame, who is one of my favourite New Zealand authors. She read every single book in the Oamaru District Public Library. And I want to make sure that Janet Frames out there today have the opportunity to also read every single book in the library. And I think that this amendment will certainly help that. But it also sends a very important message about our libraries being welcoming and inclusive places, because they are special public spaces of refuge and sanctuary. And this means that they're genuinely open and accessible and inclusive. So thank you so much for giving us the chance to support this.
Councillor Young.
Well, of course, this is no surprise to you. This goes against all my kind of views on fiscal prudence, but at the same time, it does support my love of reading and how important it is to everybody. I personally can't understand why people have a problem returning books on time, but of course, as some of you have pointed out, I live in a different world. Not least, well, never mind, we won't go into that. But I'd have to say, I have been really impressed by the advocacy of Councillor Matthews, Councillor O'Neill, Marianne Reid this morning. So surprise, surprise, I'm going to support this.
Councillor Condi.
Kia ora, thank you. I'm so shocked. I'm a little bit, I'm having a moment, just in response to Councillor Young there. Okay. I just wanted to say that, again, thank you for bringing these amendments. I honestly have some concerns about the financial impacts in a year that we're really struggling with a high rates number, and I've talked with Councillor Matthews about that. I'm much more comfortable with supporting the tree planting and weed control amendment for a couple of reasons. One is that when I was on the campaign trail across the city for the mayoral campaign, the number one issue people came up to talk to me about was weeds. I was not on my radar at all, but there was so many people who wanted to talk about weed control because so many people in our community are out there on their weekends helping with tree planting and helping with trying to restore our native bush. And for me, this is a key strategic goal we've agreed to. And actually a lot of people in our city have given a lot of time and effort, and we kind of have to hold faith with them and with that donation that they've made to our city to make sure that it pays off and that we don't have it just kind of slip through our fingers because it's been strangled by weeds and that these forests don't actually come to be. So I really see it as an investment as well to just make sure that we're not going to lose all the good work that we've already done. On the library fees, I think you've made the case beautifully, Councillor Matthews. I think on that space there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that this is a good thing that should happen in our city. I'm not as convinced that whether it's a key priority for right now because of the other issues that we have going on and the financial constraints that we have. But having reflected on that, I've come to the view that I think we should consult on it and let our community give us some more feedback about that, because I don't feel like I actually have a strong view from our community which way they might feel about that. So I'm going to be voting for it to go out to consultation with the caveat that I've said to you already, that when it comes back in May, depending on what the numbers look like, it may be something that kind of has to get sacrificed to the gods of fiscal prudence. But for today, I'm happy for it to go out to the community, and thank you for your work.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you. So, yeah, I thought quite long and hard about the library thing, and my initial reaction was, well, come on, you got to have an incentive to get the books back and so everyone can use them. But when you really think about it, the libraries have changed so much from the times when this was an appropriate way to incentivize people to bring stuff back on time. You know, people didn't have TVs, books were read to the whole family, all this sort of stuff. It's totally different. And the value of these books, to replace them, the standard ones, I suppose, can be done pretty easily, whereas previously they were much more difficult. I mean, in the end, I get to the view that the most important thing that we can do as a council, and if I was the Minister of Education, I had $500,000, I'd do something about getting kids to be more literate. And I hope to be the Minister of Education one day. Just kidding. All right. So I'm going to support that. I'm sort of scratching my head about the increased budget for that's going in for the weeds and so on. I know we thought pretty long and hard about it. I think it's part of the LTP, and I was quite comfortable with that level, so I'm probably not going to support that.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And sometimes it's said councillors are down in the weeds, but we've got this amendment in front of us, and I have to agree with Councillor Condi. A lot of people do talk to me about weeds, but it's more about weeds on the side of the road, and why isn't council knowing things more? And we can't put trees on the sides of roads because it might block visibility. But anyway, I won't be supporting that extra money going in. We've got other budgets that it could easily come out of. The library fines, yes, I think it's been, congratulations, Councillor Matthews, for the strong advocacy on that. And I hadn't, until the last few months, I hadn't been aware of the impacts of this. I think one of the things we've got to also remember is that as our ways of learning are changing, we're also being able to experience ebooks and online learning more. So there's less need for those physical books, but a physical book I think is still really important. So I will be supporting this, but to go out for consultation. But I hope in the spirit of adding costs in to our budget that we also look at where we can actually save some money, and where that could come from. That's all. Thank you.
All right, see no other hands up. So I think we'll, I don't need a right of reply, just thank you everybody for your comments. And I do want to acknowledge the advice and support of Lorinda and the libraries team. And, you know, I love them. Anyway, so we will, we'll put these separately, will we? So some people might want to, okay. So Sean, so we do the first one first. Can we get those up on the screen? So we'll do 3 first, which is the planting. So if you're, so we'll vote on that one, 3. Funny numbers.
So was 3 the library or the trees?
It's the trees.
The trees. Okay.
Yes.
That is carried. 11 votes in favour and 4 against. Councillors Calvert, Rush, Wolf and Young against.
Okay, and now we'll go and take those other 2 library ones together. Do people need the screen up? No?
Sorry, could we have them up in front of us?
And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Right, so we will now moving our way through the amendments, and so we'll take them, as I say, in the order that received. So it'll be Councillor Fitzsimon's amendment, Councillor Paul's, and then Councillor Calvert's. So we'll go to Councillor Fitzsimon's first of all.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, want to introduce this amendment, and I want to start by saying that we absolutely accept that the Chamber of Commerce are an important voice for Wellington business and have been for many, many years. And not only that, but that it's very important that the voice of business is heard by this council and by the government. I know when I was first elected in a by-election in 2017, John Milford from the Chamber of Commerce was the first person to get in touch with me and ask me to have a coffee and talk about the issues that were important to the Chamber. And I really valued that conversation. He taught me a lot of things. We didn't agree, it won't be surprising, on everything, but it was very useful for me to hear the perspective of business from an organised voice so early on. I was surprised to later hear that the council was a formal member of the Chamber of Commerce, and I can only assume that it's some kind of historical relationship. I thought it had changed, but recently I asked again about the nature of the relationship between the Chamber and the Council and found out that we were in fact still members. And I guess the key point of this amendment is to make sure that we're not in any way undermining their role as a voice for business. It's really a question around the appropriateness of the Council remaining members. The Council is not a business. We're a public entity, and the Chamber represents the voice of business very proudly, so on their website. And I also want to be clear, this is not about the membership fee, which is $16,667, including GST. In fact, I think it will be easier for the Council to financially support the Chamber in various activities if we are not members. For example, I know that they have a grant application coming to the Grants Committee next week under the Sustainability and Climate Fund. I actually think it's easier for us to support that grants application if we're not formal members. We don't usually in our grants support groups like CCOs, which are related to us. And I think it's the same really with membership-based organisations. So please don't misinterpret this as anything about undermining the important role the Chamber plays in being the voice of business in Wellington or being about the money. It's really a principled point around whether it's appropriate for the Council as a public entity to be a member. Thank you.
Councillor Day, do you wish to speak as seconder?
Very briefly, because Councillor Fitzsimons has outlined, I think very clearly, where this is coming from. And also, I do want to reiterate that I remember those conversations actually in the previous term and then early this term as well around this exact situation. I really welcome this, this process, because actually we do need to think about the fact that a membership in this situation actually sort of binds people up in an unusual relationship. And it is a little bit unusual that Council is a member of an organisation that then comes to share with us and essentially advocate to us for their members, but we're a member. And so we sort of actually are kind of advocating to ourselves, but we're not really. And I think there's better ways that we could be supporting financially organisations to be able to exist. And we already do that through residents associations. It's not like we don't have a precedent for another way of doing it. At the moment, it's just from my perspective, as Councillor Fitzsimons has already outlined, it is awkward that we are a member of an organisation when we are not a business. And actually we're one of the primary organisations that this organisation will come to and advocate to us for. And I really do welcome their voice and their perspective. And I also want to reiterate that I appreciated the work that John Milford did with most councillors actually last term, really reaching out and sort of helping us understand the business needs and aspirations of the city. And I think it is really important that we have those avenues, but that we have a clear understanding of where the relationships begin and where they stop. So thank you.
There's no questions of officers with this amendment. There is Councillor Foon. It's officers. Are there any officers here to answer? Well, ask the question. We'll see who's listening.
Hi. Can I just ask what benefits or what is the current use of the membership with the Chamber? Like how does Council actually use it or work with it? Thank you.
I think the current relationship is probably more of a stakeholder kind of relationship. The Chamber does provide resources, although we're not really familiar with what resources they provide to elected members. In the Q&As that we sent last night, it really, I guess, is a political call and a political judgment as to how you see those benefits stacking up in terms of belonging, in addition to what Councillor Fitzsimons said about the actual role. Not belonging to the Chamber would certainly not impede those relationships continuing.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll carry on with debate. Councillor Rush.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order about this amendment.
Sorry, I've got a question. Sorry.
Okay, we'll go to the. I think because Councillor, we'll go to the question first. I won't be officious. We'll have the question.
Just a question. I've lost my train of thought now. I might have to ask it again because I had it at the top of my mind and it's just gone. So sorry, Councillor Rush, and sorry, Councillor Matthews. But I'll come back to it if I can.
All good. All right, Councillor Rush, you have a point of order.
Oh, I was all in train there.
No, I'm sorry. You'll have to wind up again.
I have signalled this before, and I know that officers have given some advice. So, Standing Order 21.10A requires that amendments must be directly relevant to the original motion. Now, Councillor Fitzsimons has made very clear that this is not about the budget, it's not about finances, it's about the appropriateness or otherwise of participating in advocacy groups, which is a fair and legitimate point of debate, but not subject to something that is before this council today. So I would say that this amendment is inappropriately raised, using some financial mechanisms which are not really touching upon the true intent of the motion of the amendment, and that I think was summarised neatly by Councillor Fitzsimons herself.
Okay, I'm going to, I see you've got your hand up, Jill, but I'm going to rule against that point of order on the basis that officers have advised me that it is entirely appropriate to consider it as part of this discussion, and in the interest of efficient decision making, because my understanding is those councillors may bring it back in another form, and we've got it in front of us. Let's just discuss it and vote on it today.
Can I just say that when someone calls a point of order, they actually need to say what the point of order is first before you actually start discussing it. So just for Councillor Rush, usually you'd say what point of order it is under those different headings.
I did. I said it was a breach of standing order.
Sorry?
I said it was a breach of standing order. I was about to go say 26.5E, but...
All right. Anyway, I have already ruled on it. Madam Chair Sheep has spoken. So, Councillor Rush, would you like to contribute to the debate?
I will say a few words. I think my point of order, I think, shows where I sit on this. And I know I had a phone call with Councillor Fitzsimons to discuss. I think participation in advocacy groups is something that we need to look at. We're members of the Hydrogen Council. I know that we're members a whole lot more, and we're going to talk possibly about being members with local voices for democracy, I think it is. And that's a fair and legitimate discussion, and it should be a broadly held discussion which brings in all the different groups. And it does, unfortunately, with the timing, with the spat that's been had between the City Council and the Chamber, it does look like a very targeted reaction to a disagreement which relationships have all the time. I do think that this is something that needs to be looked at, but it needs to be looked at with cool heads and with the right policy people looking at it. So I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, can I just ask a quick question of officers? And that was, if officers were to do a review of council's memberships, when could that be factored in, and how long would it take?
It wouldn't be the highest priority right now, but I would imagine it would be 3 or 4 months away.
Okay, thank you. So after the annual plan stuff?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is this, and I'm happy to do debate or after Councillor Rush, whenever you want.
Councillor Rush just has to take his hand down, but luckily he's on mute, so I'll deal with that one. So off you go now, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Yes, it's quite interesting. The timing of this amendment came through over the weekend. So obviously after a non-public communication between the Chamber and Council. So I do find it very surprising. I also find it very surprising that an amendment for $16,000, if you take off GST, probably about $15,000, is brought to us when we have a operating budget spend that we're looking at of $660 million. So it's hardly going to make a difference. I understand there may be some philosophical aspects to this, but I think if we start looking at memberships, we need to be fair right across the board. And it's not just memberships, it's also money that we pay in grants for organizations to be advocates of their own needs. And I wonder how Councillor Fitzsimons would feel about, the money that we give to the Living Wage, Aotearoa, and other groups to help them advocate their causes in the city. But nevertheless, when we look at what the Chamber's membership is, and I appreciate that maybe Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor Day may not be familiar with the Chamber because for about a year now, they've actually had a new Chief Executive, Simon Arcus, not John Milford. So I think it's, with the relationship there, I can't say I've ever seen either of you two at any of the Chamber functions that we are able to go along to, training sessions, which I go to the free ones. I don't go to the paid ones because I notice officers are generally at those, but I haven't got any money to go to the paid ones. And through membership, we get that available, either lower fees or free sessions. So we do get some benefits from this, and it's important to engage with a wide cross-section of our stakeholders. But at the end of the day, I think this is a really petty amendment, and I'm really disappointed that when we talk about high-level governance, that we're bothering with a $16,000 amount. So I certainly won't be supporting it, and I'm very disappointed it's even on the table that we're spending minutes discussing. Thank you.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I think, it's perfectly reasonable to have conversations about every single penny that's in our budget. I think while I absolutely agree that $16,000 is not going to be the thing that makes the difference to our 8.8% rates increase. I think in other contexts, Councillor Calvert, you would probably be quite interested in trying to pay attention to a sum of that kind. I guess my point would be that this is definitely not the first time that this has been raised, this triennium. It is something that Councillor Fitzsimons has raised previously that seems to have not gotten anywhere for whatever reason. I do find it personally a bit odd that we're not a business and we're a member of the Chamber, but I'm happy for that to be a conversation. I agree that this is probably not the right time for that conversation to take place. So I'm fairly relaxed about that, but I think it is important for us to consider whether we have the appropriate structures in place for the type of relationship that we have with the Chamber. I think that's a very valid conversation for us to have, to make sure that we are actually working together as effectively as possible. And I think it's really clear, as you've said, Councillor Calvert, that there was a bit of a spat over the weekend. It was pretty clear evidence that we're not working together as well as we could be, and as well as I think we would like to be working with the Chamber. So I think that that's something that we can take away and perhaps perhaps staff can consider about how we can work on improving that relationship with the Chamber, so that we are working effectively as partners and stakeholders, and whether it's appropriate for us to continue to be a member of the Chamber could be part of that conversation. I'm not going to vote to remove our membership today, but I thank the councillors for bringing this to the table, because you have raised it before, and I do think it is an issue that we should be paying attention to. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. Well, I think I agree with almost everyone. We should be looking at all our memberships of advocacy groups. I think the only ones that I would want to keep in for sure would be the residents' associations. I think everything else should be reviewed. I am concerned that this amendment has been launched as a sort of hissy fit rather than from a period of calm, and I think that's not good decision making. Of course, the Chamber, I believe the letter was from the Chamber and also Hospitality New Zealand or Hospitality Wellington and Retail New Zealand. So, I think we should be listening to what they're saying rather than just firing on them, which sounds like the sort of thing that Putin does. And that's not the way we want to be seen as behaving as a city council. So I would say, the Chamber does a great job, especially under the new leadership of Simon Arcus, who has revitalised it. It may be that the tone was intemperate. We all have moments like that. I'm sure we can all think of those in our lives. And I think we just should think, park this for now. I won't be supporting it, but we need, when life is a little calmer at council, when the officers are trying to think what could they do to fill in their day, which won't be for a while, we should do a review of all subscriptions, all memberships, all blah, blah, blah. But in the meantime, I won't be supporting this today.
Councillor Wolf.
Yeah, I'd just like to endorse the previous two speakers. I think that the perception of this, if it gets passed, will be reputationally damaging to us as a council. I completely agree with Councillor Condie. Every dollar is worth having a look at. But as both Councillor Condie and Councillor Young have said, let's do it in a safe sort of manner, in a robust manner, and take on board the fact that we have a number of memberships. It is time that we review our memberships and to see whether those memberships and those relationships clash. And I certainly would like to take a pause. I won't be voting for this amendment, and I'd hope that we can try and re-establish our relationship with not just the chamber, but some of the other organisations that we work with as well, that we're a bit tenuous with currently. So yeah.
So I've got no other hands up. So Councillor Fitzsimon's right of reply.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, thanks everyone for the contributions. I just want to remind you what Council Officer Stephen MacArthur said, that it wouldn't impede relationships. That's their judgment. And I know that there's a lot of work going on to get relationships back on track. And look, I do want to comment on the timing of it. It's I reject the assertion that it's some kind of hissy fit or in reaction to anything, but the response and engagement from the chamber did raise the question for me again about whether we were still members. So to that degree, it is related. I also want to pick up Councillor Calvert's point around funding the living wage. We don't fund them to advocate. That is very clear. We fund them for an accreditation service, because we support the living wage. And some other people have said, oh, the council funds all these pro-cycling lobby groups. We don't. We fund various groups for services, and it will actually be easier for us to fund the chamber for various things they want to do, particularly around sustainability and waste, if we're not members. So I think it's actually a better outcome if you are genuinely interested in finding areas of commonality with them. It's it's not a targeted reaction. Look, I appreciate why you'd think so with the timing, but as Councillor Condie said, I have been consistent on this for some time. And I would just remind people who were asking for a review of this to happen that within the amendment, I think it's the third paragraph, does look at a review. So I'm hopeful, even if you don't support us not renewing our membership, that you will support that. And I've deliberately drafted that amendment so that it's not prescriptive. So it doesn't involve a report back or anything like that. It's a chief executive delegation, so you can do a review of it in good time. There's no particular rush on that. We do belong to, which I think is lovely, the Camellia Association of New Zealand, which I know our gardeners love. That's $90 a year. My inkling is that that'll remain in place after any review of our memberships. Thanks, colleagues.
Okay, I think we'll probably take all of those points for this amendment separately. So Sean, if you could bring them up on the screen. Yep, so we'll take all of those separately. So we'll vote first on 19, which is noting the chamber as an important voice for Wellington business.
That one's carried unanimously.
All right, and we'll go back and vote on the next one. Sean, sorry. Can we see them again? Thank you. All right, so this is the one, so point 20, this is not renewing its membership. So we'll vote on this one now.
Just waiting on Liz Kelly.
You there, Liz? I think we'll assume she's not here for this vote.
Okay, in that case, that clause is lost with 4 votes in favour and 10 against. Councillors Matthews, Dave, Simons and O'Neill in favour.
All right, and then we'll go to the third point, which was the review of our memberships. I can't even remember what it was without going back.
I didn't want to vote for that other one. Sorry, I'm having real problem with these reactions.
Oh, sorry about that, Liz.
And I couldn't even find how to unmute me.
We can hear you now. All right, so we're now voting on just to have a review of the members. We can probably record your vote against the previous.
Yeah, but I support the review.
Great.
Reactions, right, reactions.
Oh, you did it.
Just waiting, Councillor O'Neill. So that clause is carried with 13 votes in favour and 2 against. Councillors Calvert and Pennant against.
All right, thank you, councillors. So just looking at my watch and see if we can do another amendment. Should we have our afternoon tea break and then come back to Councillor Paul's amendment? Is that all right with everybody? So we'll come back at 20 past.
Can you just stick it up so we can think about it while we're having our cup of tea?
Yeah, good idea.
Yes. Excellent. So this is the delay to the city housing consultation. All right, but we'll have a break first and put the kettle on and see you at 20 past. Kia ora, colleagues. When you come back, turn your cameras on so we know you're here.
Hey, sorry, Chair, just asking if you saw that I was withdrawing my amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I did get that message. So yeah, appreciate that. And yeah, thank you for your advocacy over the last couple of days. It looks nice in your garden. So Councillor Paul's amendment has been withdrawn. So the next ones we move on to are Councillor Calvert's.
Thank you. And maybe they could be put up there, or do you want me to just talk to them? Okay, so 23 is pretty self-explanatory. There might be a few $1 million out, but essentially what we've had is roughly a 10% increase in our operating budget from last year. And I really wanted just to note that because it's important that we put some context around the following amendments. And the following amendment is about identifying a $21 million operational savings. And there's no secret to coming up with that figure. It was essentially equivalent to roughly a 5% rates increase. Now, I've heard various figures that 1% is equal to 3.9 or to 4.2 or to 4.5 million. So I've picked the middle figure that I've heard from officers. And I believe that's quite doable. I know our chief executive said it was in conflict with her advice, but we have been known not to go along with the with officers' advice in previous times. It should be doable. We increased our operational spending by quite a bit last year. We know the job market is pretty tight out there, and I'm sure that there could be a number of roles that aren't replaced, and also the projects that they're working on can be postponed until everyone is in a much better position. It also saves the executive having to be juggling quite as many balls in the air, and allows us to focus on the really important stuff. So I won't say anything more about that. I wanted to note about the additional funding required for water, because this is quite significant. What we think might be a case of roughly $5 million that we want to increase the operational budget for water infrastructure. I think we should be upfront and at least enable that to be factored in going forward. My next amendment, which was about reviewing the downtown targeted rate and commercial base targeted rate, and this is different to the general rate, which is where there's been some conversation on the differentials. And I just really want to make sure that we are in line with our rating policy. There's been quite a bit of conversation happening about whether, the value and making sure that the right sectors are paying for the right things. And I think it's appropriate that this was now undertaken and that it is in line with our revenue and financing policy, which we reviewed last year as part of the long-term plan. The next one is to agree to maintain the differential of 3.25 times the general rate that a residential property would be paying. And that's because that's where we have set that is the rate. I know we are looking at increasing that rate to 3.7 to allow the proportionality of commercial rates paying in conjunction with the residential ratepayers. But nowhere in our policy does it state about that proportional aspect. It doesn't state that in our financial funding policies. and I can't find it anywhere else, and officers haven't been able to factor that in. But what I will do is just read what the actual general rates differential policy says. And this is under the revenue and financing policy, and it's on page 93 of volume 2 of our 10-year plan. So it might be a bit more detail than you're interested in, but this is what I'm using. It's related and it's written. So that means there's a number of factors that when we're thinking about the differential, the benefits of each sector derives, the ability of ratepayers within each sector to pay, the historic relationship between various groups of ratepayers and the existing level of the differential, ensuring any change to the differential or rate of any change does not impact unreasonably on any particular group of ratepayers. And there's a couple of other things, but I'm sure you can go and read that. But that's what's written. There's nowhere in this policy which states it's got to be a 45% percentage of the general rates being paid. And so that is fundamentally the basis of why I have these concerns about increasing the differential to 3.7. And there's a reason why residential properties have risen more than commercial, is commercial properties aren't as attractive as they were. We are not getting the people coming into our city from outside the city limits. And that was a prime reason for charging that differential, because they were supposedly the commercial properties were attracting people in from outside our city limits. We know people are working from home more, so they may come into the city, but it's only 2 or 3 days a week. We're not getting the same visitors, and you could say, well, that will sort itself out in another year or two. But we do know that more and more people are going to be working from home on a permanent basis, and the frequency coming into the centre of the city is far less. So I don't believe there's any justification to increase that differential because of the benefit. There won't be any benefits that the commercial ratepayer will be getting from that. I know it's unpalatable. I do not want to see a 12% rates increase, because as we've heard from officers, if we didn't move this, residential ratepayers will be paying 12%, and commercial ratepayers will be paying 4%. And you might just say that is unfair. Well, there's some things in life unfair, but we also have to say is, can we actually find some more savings? And I think that's important, and that relates to my previous amendments. And then the final amendment is that we should be putting in our consultation that the council is considering additional opportunities for further operational savings. We should be sending that signal, whether you agree or not with finding another $21 million. Surely that is a signal that we want to send to the people of Wellington, is that we are very conscious about where the costs are going at the moment. We do know we're going to need some more funding for other things. So it's not about cutting everything, because sometimes we have to cut some things to fund other aspects that we need, especially around water infrastructure and especially around housing. And we also know we've had a rephasing of our capital delivery budget after only 3 months of this financial year. I would be very, very surprised if we didn't have to rephase even more of that, because we are now in the Omicron wave, and it's certainly going to be difficult for everyone over the next few months. So I'll keep it very brief as that, but I understand Councillor Young will be seconding.
Councillor Young, do you wish to speak now?
Yeah, I'll speak now, get out of the way. So just briefly, look, I support all these amendments. Obviously, that's why I'm seconding it. But I would just like to remind you of Aesop's fable of the golden goose, you know, a short-sighted action that destroyed the profitability of an asset. And that's what we're in danger of doing with our commercial sector. We already know quite a few developers are looking elsewhere and doing projects elsewhere, like New Plymouth, Auckland, Hamilton, even Upper Hutt, which I find extraordinary. So I am concerned about the downtown city levy, which has been repurposed over the years. It used to be what provided the free weekend parking to bring people into retail at the weekends. And now it's being largely used to support Wellington NZ venues and God knows why, the Carter Observatory. And if I was a property owner downtown, I would really wonder about some of those. I am very concerned about the differential. I don't know if you've all read the email from a property owner this morning who has 2 properties, one in Auckland, one in Wellington, almost identical. And the rates in Auckland are $8,300 roughly, and for the same one in Auckland, instead of $8,300, in Wellington, it's $26,540. That is a gobsmacking difference, and we have to do something about that rating differential. I'd like to bring it down. We were taken to court by the Chamber before my time. I think the Mayor and maybe even Councillor Pannett were on council when we were taken to court, and council lost. I don't want to have us, we should be working with our commercial sector, our businesses, hospo, retail. They are struggling, some are on their knees. Many property owners will end up with empty buildings on which they will still be paying rates, mortgages, insurance. And I just think that we need to look after them, instead of which we're helping them with one hand and then bashing them between the eyes with the other. And so I'm very concerned about the signal this sends to our business community and the reality of what it's going to cost them. So I'm very happy to support these amendments.
So first of all, has anybody got any questions for officers? Oh, those are the hands that are up. Okay, Councillor Day.
Thank you. So I've got 2 questions. The first one is on number 27, which is around the differential, and just what that will mean for the residential rates, because obviously we've heard about impacts for the commercial sector, but if we agree to this amendment, what would it mean for residential rates?
Sarah,
Councillor Day. Sorry, just finding my buttons. That would mean an additional approximately $8 million would have to be worn by the residential sector, and that their rates would go up disproportionately. And depending on what you resolve, like, it's quite difficult to model that, but it could be, for example, a 15% rates increase for residents and a 4% rates increase for commercial.
Okay, and then number 24, there's quite a bit in that amendment, but I'm just wanting to gauge that this also includes the Te Atakura and Māori Development Fund being reduced. Is that correct?
Is that a question for me or Diane? Or Councillor
Calvert? That's to staff, that's what you understand it to be, and what are the risks of doing that for both of those particularly?
Yeah, so thanks, Councillor Day. Those would be obvious areas to look at, because there is increased funding in the LTP for those areas. In the appendix, we talk about the doability, but also the risk of those operational savings. And it's a decision for council to resolve, but those both of those areas are ones that we have advertised and spoken about with our constituents and with our communities, and so there's a reputational risk if we stop what we've said we were going to do. The Māori Partnerships one, there is only a small amount of the money not committed already, so either with staff hired or contracts. So it's not there's not a big pot of money sitting there. I think it's less than 700k now. So that there would be risk in those strategies, both Te Atakura and Māori outcomes being unable to be implemented at all. And we've invested money already, so that money would be written off.
Can I ask a follow-up question from that? So we've done quite a lot of consultation on the Māori development strategy, and we've consulted with mana whenua and other Māori groups in the city. What would be the risk to council with not going through with the work that we've sort of indicated that is going ahead, and that might be something Barbara or Karepa can speak to potentially around expectations?
I think Karepa is on the line.
I see Naina there, but I'll just comment first, Councillor Day. Because the council has made a strategic decision in its long-term plan to invest in and enhance its working relationship with mana whenua and has invested in that and by way of funding. A significant proportion of funding will already have been committed through the increase in staffing. So we have employed people in the Māori development team to actually do the work. And yes, you have also asked me through my chief executive key performance objectives to bring to you a 10-year Māori strategy. These are the things that we need to be aware of. But I will just go back to my earlier comment, which is a total saving of $21 million in this budget will undoubtedly require some significant reductions in levels of service. And my advice to you again is that I do not think you can statutorily do that in this meeting, because it would require an amendment to the long-term plan. And secondly, we would need much stronger direction from the council than is outlined in this amendment as to where exactly you would want us to be proposing reductions to levels of service.
Thank you.
All right. So, Councillor Pennant, questions from you?
Well, that's a perfect segue into my question, which is, can we actually have that amendment, Barbara, given that, can we even debate it, because it would require changes to the LTP? Maybe
well,
Stephen's better.
The advice we have given to you, both in our written advice and in the papers, is that this is an amendment that is in conflict to advice we've given you in the report, on the basis that $21 million, just to give you an idea of the extent of $21 million, as I understand it, that's more than the entire delivery of our library services costs. So operationally, it is significant. And while you can try to spread the impact of that across many services, it would require a lot of work to then clearly give you advice on the consequences of this decision. So under the Local Government Act and your decision-making responsibilities, you should fully understand the consequences and impacts on affected parties and people of a decision like this. It's not something you can decide lightly. You would need a full report from us on what might be needed to achieve that and what the implications of those changes might be. So I do think it's too late in the process to make that kind of decision now, because you're about to approve today the papers that go out for public consultation, and you don't know what your proposals under that item are, in fact.
So sorry, the question really was, legally, can we do this at this point in the process?
I don't think personally, my advice is I do not think legally, though I'm not a lawyer, I think this is contrary to your responsibilities under the Local Government Act.
So put another way,
yeah.
Put another way, I don't believe that if it was passed, it could actually be implemented, given the requirements under the Local Government Act. You could still pass it, but it wouldn't be able to be actually implemented.
Okay, so my question just was whether it was actually contrary to the law. So okay, so you're saying it still could be, it's just it can't be actioned. The other point is, Sarah, just about if we do have 15% rates increases for some people, we have done some analysis before, haven't we, about the affordability of that? And I just wondered if you could reflect on that, because there definitely will be, I think, loud protests if that's what people were going to be charged.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Councillor Pennant, yes, in the long-term plan process, we looked at mesh block level and the level of affordability or ability to pay. We use a rule of about 5% of household income being spent towards rates, and we, through this long-term plan, are really pushing up against that. I would like to remind you that because of the revaluation process, we will see, even with the 8% increase or whatever you land on for the residential sector, those suburbs whose valuation have increased greater than the average, like the northern suburbs, getting a greater portion of that rates increase, so they could be going up disproportionately higher, even without changing the proportion in which the residents in the commercial sector are paying. So that's the risk or the unintended consequences that we wouldn't be able to see right now.
And then just my last question is, Sarah, then we know that there are some in the business sector who are hurting, obviously not the supermarkets or anything. So I'm just wondering then, what is the solution? Is it the agenda that we've got on the 10th to try and help business rather than reducing the differential?
Yes, so we, thanks Councillor Pennant, we are bringing a paper back to Council to consider from the sector-based affordability within the commercial sector that we reviewed in the LTP. It did show that retail and hospitality were spending more of a proportion of their total revenue or profits on rates than other parts of the sector. And so ways that you can target those specific industries or businesses will be exactly what Anna Calvert and team will be bringing to Council on Thursday.
Councillor Rush, you've got a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, perhaps Sarah, you're probably the best person, but so why is it that commercial valuations are lagging, or why are residentials improving? I'm just trying to think, I guess directionally I'm wondering, is this resulting in a drop in lease fees for commercial properties, which might therefore help businesses? Just trying to flesh out exactly who's the winner, who's the loser, and you know, in an effort to try and find some equity.
Thanks, Councillor Rush. So through you, Chair, I'm not sure everyone would agree that residential valuations going up as much as they have in the past 3 years creates winners, because that's really created some difficulties in the housing market, especially those wanting to enter it. But we do need to remember that the commercial sector did increase also about 36% in a valuation, which isn't a small amount. So it's not like their valuations aren't increasing. It was just a dynamic, this valuation, where the residentials have gone, out of control from an increased perspective. So the commercial sector's values have increased and still at a pretty big number, but it's just not the same.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
We need to build more houses, Sean. Councillor Calvert, you have some questions?
Yeah, it's just really clarifying, because I already asked this question, but it seems to be different information. So when I asked officers prior to this meeting what would be the average increase if the differential stayed the same, it was commercial estimated around 4% and residential or base ratepayers around 12%. But then we've had the CFO say it could be 15%. So are you saying that even on 8%, 8.8% average, that we could have some residential ratepayers paying an extra, say, going up to 12% anyway because of the way their valuations have gone?
Thanks, Councillor Calvert. So through you, Chair, that's two separate things. So my team are just furiously messaging me. What are they saying? Yes. So you're correct. The answer was in the Q&As last night that it was the average would be 12% increase for residential potentially if it stayed the same. But remember that there will absolutely be swings and roundabouts for both the residential and the commercial. That those increases are based on the average increase. And so if your property has increased much more than the average, you will pay more of that rates increase, or the total rates take, than the people whose valuations have gone up less than that.
So if we kept to the 8.8 for everyone as an average, what we could see is some residential ratepayers paying, up to 12% in rates increases.
I can't tell you right now whether it will be 12% for some of those. We'll do the modelling shortly, but you will see fluctuations. And that's just on the proportion of the rates that is tagged to the value. There are a number of our rating categories that are flat fees effectively. So those will all go up the same, but the portion of the rates that are tagged to the value will be influenced by the valuation outcome.
General, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Foster.
Thanks. I'm just going to pursue the question that Councillor Pannett asked, which is, Barbara, you essentially said that we could pass it, but you wouldn't be able to implement it. Isn't that close to the definition of in law you can't do this? Because I'm presuming we have not got an extension for this year in terms of the passing of the annual plan. It has to be done by the end of April, or by the end of June. So
Yeah.
if we pass this and you can't implement it, isn't that the definition of something that doesn't meet the law?
Mayor, yeah, so Stephen MacArthur is saying that it's difficult for us to tell you can't pass something. All I can do is give you my advice, which is actually my statutory role in this, and to point out to you that I can't remember the exact section in the Local Government Act, but your decision-making obligations mean that when you make a decision, and a very big one like this, as they say, technical term, best not to make this kind of decision on the hoof. You need to actually be properly advised on the implications of a decision like this. So you could ask us, particularly earlier in a process like this, can you please advise us on what it would take to add on to the $15 million saving you have embedded in your budget, another $21 million on top of that. What would you be proposing to us we do to reduce cost? And my advice to you would be that a saving of that scale would require us to look at levels of service reductions. People commonly point to the Capital Works program as a source of savings, but generally speaking, slowing down capital works and delaying projects, in other words, borrowing, generally does not benefit your annual plan. Those savings are accrued further down the track. But what I am saying is that you have a statutory obligation to make these decisions with clear advice in front of you about the implications, and you're also required to consider, therefore, what your options are and what the impacts are on affected groups and people in your community. And right now you have none of that in front of you, and we are on the verge of approving papers that will go out to your community to consult. And generally speaking, significant reductions in levels of service would require you to amend your long-term plan. So the end result is you could give me an instruction that I would then be unable to implement for you. So in the end, my advice is not to do it.
That's very clear. So I guess my question is, understanding orders, is this an amendment which is able to be ruled out, or at least that part of the amendment would be ruled out?
Look, I think it could be open to the chair to decide not to accept an amendment, but I would need support from Democracy Services for that advice.
Well, I will give you that question, see if you can give us some advice, and you might want to take the other questions and then come back on that one.
All right, Liz Kelly. Oh, kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, my question is probably similar to our mayor's. My question was, well, first of all, I can understand why we need to look for cost savings, but my question is, with this document now going out for consultation, and from what we've heard from our CEO, is the opportunity to make the cuts and amendments, is that after the consultation? Is that when we get an opportunity to do that, before the plan is actually adopted, rather than now?
Through you, Chair, if you're going to consider significant reductions in budget or levels of service, the way in which you're going to achieve that should be set out in the consultation documents that go out to your community, so that then you can seek their feedback. But we don't have any of that information in front of us, because we haven't previously been asked to consider savings of that scale by the council. You're well aware that we have put forward some proposed further savings in the documents today, and that we have also embedded a $15 million target for the organisation, which we're very committed to. But to go further than that, I think that the reality is, as the advice we sent out earlier on, it is too late now.
If I could just make a comment, Madam Chair. I understand what the conversation is, and I think that it is really good that we are looking for savings, but I'm just reminded that we did have that opportunity with selling our shares in the airport, which would have resolved a number of financial issues that this council is now facing, rather than nitpicking out of everybody's budget that would actually impact on the services that we provide to the people. So yeah, just wanted to make that point.
Deputy Mayor Free, have you got a question?
Yes, I guess I was just interested in the affordability aspect that that Sarah Hay raised, a 5% threshold, and I kind of I guess that's just a guideline, but it's the first time I've really heard it mentioned for a while. Will there be any information provided to people as part of the consultation which suburbs are actually facing the biggest increases? Because I think there are some eastern suburb ones that are actually facing quite big increases, and no doubt the rest of the city too. And has there been any work done on the interrelationship between the encroachment license fees, which could be quite substantial, and the suburbs that have the highest rates increases?
It doesn't seem that your questions are about the amendment, which is what we're discussing now.
Well, they are about the amendments, in that it's about affordability and doability. And
yeah, and I'm looking at both the LGA and the standing orders. What can I help with?
Oh, sorry, someone's not on mute. Seemed to me to be not about the amendment, but if someone wants to give a quick.
Well, we are trying to save money with this amendment, and I guess for me it has raised some issues around, do we look enough at affordability? That's probably where I'm coming at from. And will there be
through you, Chair, we won't be
prior to a final decision?
Through you, Chair, we look at that in the long-term plan process in a lot of detail. We get reports from Infometrics and other sources. We understand the revaluation has an impact, but it's difficult there are no tools currently available to us to provide relief for residents with a high value. You know, we have thought about it, but you know, the targeted rate for suburbs that can afford it, for example, that doesn't exist at the moment, that ability for us to provide that. But we do have our remissions policies. We do have the postponement. We work on payment plans with people, and that's about all we can do at the moment.
Okay.
All right. I am going to suggest we move on with the debate. I have had some advice from Democracy Services, but I believe that my ruling as chair is that I'm not going to rule this out of order. I suggest, regardless of my own opinion about the wisdom or doability of these amendments. So do we have our hands raised for debate? Is your hand still up, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. And Councillor Matthews, I understand your reasoning. I was trying to see if that was out of order, but I can see why you ruled that way. So it isn't illegal. But you won't be surprised to hear that I won't be supporting looking at trying to cut $21 million. It's far too late in the process. It would be hugely resource intensive when our staff have already got an enormous workload, and particularly given they'll be behind because they've had to deal with the protest. And just really concerned that, some things were sort of targeted and not others, because generally my experience in local government is that there's not really that many bad ideas. Like, most people like swimming pools and great community facilities, some business initiatives, some recreation, like good infrastructure investment. So I think it's just a little bit unfortunate. The next one I'm going to oppose is this one around shifting the differential. There will be a riot in a peaceful way if people have got 15% rates increases. even though obviously we've got very low unemployment. I mean, that is a very significant increase. And I know there will be some people who will say, well, you've had massive capital gains, but that doesn't mean that you've had massive increases in your salary. And I think just the last point is that I've always found this argument really incoherent, because even if you manage to achieve this, Councillor Calvert, all it means is that people will not be able to consume as much. That, of course, may be useful, but if you have got that kind of rates increase, you will not be going out to dinner unless you are wealthy. You will not be going out to buy new shoes for your kids or whatever, because it's just simply too much money. So I think rather than talking about how we divide up the cake, we should make it a little bit bigger. I appreciate this might be an unconventional thing for an environmentalist to say, but essentially the way that we fund local government is really problematic, and it does need a fundamental overhaul. Rates do not work. And so rather than having scraps about the differential, it would be better to work with government in particular to look at our funding agreements and arrangements and tools.
Councillor Condi.
Yes, thank you. I won't be voting for this either. I think it's really clear when we went out for consultation on the long-term plan that the feedback said don't cut services. People understood that we were going to have to invest more considerably in water infrastructure to bring it back up to speed, and they were willing to pay those costs. That said, I think obviously we need to make sure that we're squeezing every dollar and delivering good value for money. And one of the ways that we are doing that is in the significant operational savings that our staff have identified over the past 3 years, which is $15 million this year, $32 million in total over the last 3 years. That's roughly 4.8% of operational savings over the last 3 years that have been delivered without cutting any services. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary that they are delivering, and they haven't just promised it, they've actually delivered it in the middle of a pandemic. When I look at what our spending priorities are, I always focus on our strategic priorities. But what we heard during the long-term plan was keep going, keep moving forward. And that's what we're intending to do with the budget that we have in front of us. I acknowledge that the policy, our rates and financing policy doesn't require us to maintain the proportion of rates between the commercial sector and the residential sector, but it certainly allows for it. So that's not really a concern. I'm also going to be voting just against the fairly innocuous looking note about the Wellington Water request for funding, because I actually think what we've heard from our staff is that they need some time to go back to Wellington Water and get additional information and really get to the bottom of what those funding requests are. And I think it's really important that we do send a strong signal to Wellington Water that while we are prepared to provide them with the funding they need to do the job that Wellingtonians want them to do, we are not prepared to write them a blank cheque. And we expect them to come back with detailed information about what that may be. So in this case, even that otherwise innocuous seeming noting recommendation, I'm going to be voting against. And I do just think that it is quite irresponsible, Councillor Calvert, for you to have brought this to this meeting at this time and in this way. We've had plenty of opportunities for you to suggest very specific cuts, which we could actually debate, as opposed to just some theoretical imaginary cuts of $21 million. And the other thing that I do find that I do struggle with is that you continue to suggest that we cut our costs, but I've never once heard you suggest that we cut a service that you personally have voted for or supported. You only ever suggest that we cut services that you voted against in the first place. So I will take your financial prudence claims much more seriously on the day that you bring me a savings target or a cut to a project that I know you voted for. Thank you.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. It won't be any surprise that I won't be supporting any of these amendments. Not entirely surprised to see them, but disappointed. I guess I'm also concerned as to where the cuts are targeted. I think Councillor Condi, you correctly articulated that there. I do feel, having been on this council for a few years now, that the mover of these amendments has constantly subtly undermined Māori development funding or kaupapa and projects, and I think this feels like another attack on that. And we just don't really need that because we've made these decisions and we need to stick with them. There is a huge risk to this council. We've made really bold commitments through Te Atakura in our Māori development processes. And if we undermine those decisions now, how can the community have faith and trust in the decisions that we make? I think it's really important that we understand what it means to commit to various things that are really taking our city into a good place in the future. I also just want to point out that when we were debating Kandala Pool a few weeks back, which I was really excited got across the line, the mover of this motion made a comment that some people could see the cost of everything and the value of nothing. And I think actually these motions say exactly that these things are just dollars. They don't actually have any meaning, and they do. They have depth of meaning, and in many cases, they actually would affect people's ability to be able to do the jobs that they've recently been employed to do. So I think it's really important that we think about the impacts of every single one of those dollars. I do want to acknowledge that this is a really tough time for ratepayers and all ratepayers, and we do have to be asking the questions as to how we can make it easier for people and making sure that we're not loading things on that we don't need to. But I don't think taking away things that ratepayers have told us are important to them is the way to go. I think we need to make sure that we're thinking about how to spread that burden, and I think that the approach to the differential and these amendments doesn't actually address that. I think it actually just creates more harm, and I think we need to make sure that we don't do that. And I do want to just say that I think I was disappointed in the way that the differential has been communicated with the business sector, and I think it's really important that we do our best to make sure that we clear that up, because it has caused, as Councillor Conti has said to us, huge stress for people who are already under enough stress. And yes, the rates increases will be challenging, and I expect that people will be telling us about that in the consultation. But we have to be the city leaders and listen to that and make the decisions according to what we know and the challenges that this city is facing. Kia ora.
Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to endorse the comments of the previous two speakers and just say that, in my view, this amendment is both irresponsible and unlawful. It's the very kind of thinking that led us to having failing water infrastructure all over our city. And I don't actually believe that Councillors Calvert and Young would even want this to pass, because I don't think that they would enjoy defending the impact of this if it did pass, but I'm confident it won't.
Councillor Rush.
Oh, just realised I haven't been on mute this whole time, Madam Chair. I'm glad I didn't say anything under my breath. So, look, it's one thing to talk big about fiscal prudence. It's another thing to come along to a meeting and put down a raft of unspecific amendments that might do something and might not. And in reality, it all seems to be a little bit around the margins. You know, if you really want to have the budget cut in a meaningful way so that OPEX is reduced, that will bring the rates back to something that's equivalent to what it was, you know, back in the day. You need to have a more systemic change, and this is not the time to be doing it. And, you know, it's come on the end of a long-term plan, which we debated vigorously and probably went too far. But, you know, and the costs have escalated and so forth. So, you know, I just think that I do applaud anyone that wants to show fiscal prudence, but you've got to come up with what's the actual plan B and how's that going to work, and not just how's it going to work in the next 12 months, but how's it going to work in the next, you know, 10 years, because our LTP is dependent on having a significant organisation. And I just want to say one thing. I had a really great conversation with the Maori Strategies guys yesterday, and they laid it out for me that, you know, and I just think it's the most important thing that we can be doing in order to address some of the social equity issues that I have struggled to deal with when I was a criminal barrister, and I've always wanted to do something about. So I think that's going to be money really well spent. I do think, though, that the narrative that we are city leaders is perhaps, I think differently, actually, Councillor Day. I think we are privileged to represent people, but I think if we did more listening to people and less leading of our own moralities, we probably would spend less and have better return for what we do spend on. So just a little bit back there for you. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not going to support these.
All right, that's been a very thorough debate. We'll go to Councillor Calvert now for the right of reply. You're on mute, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And there is an awful lot to just to respond back to. Councillor Pennant, you're right, staff have an enormous workload. That's the issue. And so we know we've got staff off sick. We're going to have more staff off sick. We know we can't keep the workload going that we envisaged, perhaps even when we did the LTP. So there are some opportunities there. And yes, inflation is a real issue. And it's something that we need to factor in, because even the projects that we thought we could do, we won't be able to afford to do them. We know the cost of materials has shot up. And we know even the cost of staff resources is really hard as well. So we're not going to be able to actually achieve all the outcomes that we planned. And I think it's better now to start thinking about that and what we can postpone. And I heard a couple of comments. One, we've got to worry about water. The one, we shouldn't be worrying about water. Well, actually, I think we've got to be worrying about water. I continually drive the streets and see water leaks and long-term water leaks. We are not on top of the issues. We know, we've heard from Wellington Water that the number of maintenance issues that they're having to deal with is increasing. So it is prudent to actually say right up front, we may well have to put some money in. Now it's up to us how much we do and how we manage that. And I think it was Councillor Day, the community needs to have trust and confidence in us. Absolutely. They need trust and confidence that we can manage a budget well, especially when they themselves are having to cut corners and cut things out and reprioritize. So they're wanting the council to think about things in that way and not just keep carrying on and expecting they will keep adding to the pot and keep increasing their rates. And yes, I think there was an issue about communicating around the differential, but hey, the papers only came out late Thursday night. There was very little time for anybody to digest the information. And I think that's where the chamber was coming from. Hey, you just sent the information out to us, and then you're asking us for a meeting about something completely different, but we've got to get a head around this. And if there's been any miscommunication, it's been because of what's being communicated in our papers. So that's where the information came from. And yes, well, I mean, I know somebody said this is irresponsible or unlawful. Well, if it's unlawful, then I'm sure one of the solicitors would say so. I'm putting this in on purpose. I'm not doing what some of my colleagues might do in terms of virtue signaling, because I think this is actually quite real and what we can actually look for. And we can go out with a consultation document, and officers can look at where there are opportunities. We got these papers through on Thursday night, despite some of us asking what was going to be in it. So we had very little time, and all we've got is very basic budget lines. So my mem was based on, without constraining anything, is officers to go back, like we asked actually a month ago. We asked the mayor and the chair, Councillor Matthews, to go away and work with officers for some savings. And what came back? 0.3% savings. And to me, I know we probably should have specified what sort of savings that we were looking for in addition to everything else, but 0.3% coming back was actually pretty pathetic. So left us with no option but to try and put something and say to officers, actually, this is not good enough. Mayor,
sorry,
this is not good
point
enough.
of order. I had it written down, but I'm just raising a point of order around the conduct for council members. 17.4, to not be disrespectful, and point of order 26.5, to not use disrespectful or malicious language.
And what disrespectful or malicious language, Councillor O'Neill?
I've just literally forgotten the word, but we all
Pathetic.
heard
It
it.
was pathetic.
Pathetic,
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay, Councillor Calvert, I think you're skirting very close to being out of line here. And I think some factual matters which are not quite accurate, but I decided to refrain and to let you carry on. But can you do that, please, with some respect?
Okay, thank you. And thank you for allowing me and Councillor Day and Councillor Fitzsimons to carry on without those choices of language. Councillor Rush, yes, you did comment that the LTP...
Excuse me, Councillor, I just told you I am chairing this meeting and you do not carry on by insulting your colleagues. So I will let you finish, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you.
But please stop it.
Thank you. Okay, I won't insult anybody and I'm sure no one will insult me. So Councillor Rush, you talked about the LTP going too far and maybe we should have cut back then. Well, yes, it did. But we do have an opportunity now to actually ask officers to find out where we can cut things back, because that's what the public are expecting us to. So look, I can read the mood of the meeting, but I stand by these amendments and I look for your support. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote now. Let's bring the amendments up and have a look at what we want to take separately.
Chair, you might just want to look, there's a message in the chat, just so that you're aware of voting.
Yes, I think I may have seen that. Let's take an adjournment for 5 minutes and I will give that councillor a phone call. And please, can we remember about our behaviour when we return? So that's a 5-minute adjournment we're going to take now before we put these amendments to the vote. Thank you.
People at the bottom end of things that are really feeling the pinch at the moment.
I have 2 fans going. I'm so cooking.
It's very warm.
Councillors,
be
just
online at the
aware,
moment.
yes, that the live stream still continues when the screen's so the sound does come through.
Excellent timely reminder before I say anything embarrassing, Sean.
Yeah, I was about to say something, make a comment that could have been a bit personal, and then I thought, better off it.
You're doing well, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Both you and Jill are hot.
I've talked to the councillor who made the comment, so we'll re-adjourn when she's back, which will be short.
Well, I've got both kids and the wife now in isolation, so the whole house is mine. It's a beautiful view out there. It's going to be a lovely evening. Watch whatever I want on TV.
Have you actually seen those test results, Sean?
Sean, are you positive?
Yeah,
or you're the only one holding strong being negative.
I am at this stage, but I was surprised that Nick tested positive today, because he and I have spent the last couple of days having, being COVID free. So I'm just a bit worried. It's just a question of time. But I tested a couple of hours ago and was still okay. So yeah.
Just a reminder to everybody that we're being live streamed. But we are ready to come back and vote on Councillor Calvert's amendments. So can we bring them up? What would people like to take separately?
Take them all as one.
All as one?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it.
Just waiting on Councillor Wolf, Councillor Young and Liz Kelly. It's just Councillor Young and Liz Kelly now. Perhaps they haven't quite got back from the agenda.
We'll just wait for 1 minute.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we had the full 5 away. Are you there, Councillor Young? Maybe someone could text her, because she did second, please.
Oh, that's
I've just texted you.
Well, can we actually vote, Councillor Matthews, if she's not on?
She's right there. All right,
Okay.
and Liz, I take it you're not there. It's not that you can't work the buttons at the moment. I think she's not there. Okay, thank you, Sean.
Cool. So that vote is lost with 2 votes in favour. 2 votes in favour and 12 against. Councillors Calvert and Young in favour.
All right, thank you. Now, Sean, do you think
we need here? I just can't work this machine.
How did you vote?
Against.
Against.
Thank you, Liz. Across.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I've got to try and get you back.
Okay, we want to see your beautiful face again. All right, now we are going to do. Sean, should we move now to extend the time, or is there actually a hope that we might not need to?
There's a hope. You have until 4:45, so
Okay.
maybe we can be
All right.
optimistic.
Okay, well, we'll go back to debating the substantive. I just want to remind colleagues that matters that have been discussed in amendments shouldn't be debated again. For example, the differential and other, matters. So, Councillor Pennant.
See, look, the screen keeps disappearing.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, and I will not test your patience by speaking long. Can I just thank the officers for the encroachment policy, because that, I think, Mayor Foster, that has been a bugbear for us. We had this ridiculous argument where it was said that people in Roseneath should pay less than people in Tawa some years ago. The idea of a flat rate just doesn't make sense. So I'm really pleased that we're going to start sorting out the policy on this. So thank you for that. I do agree that it will be quite a significant impost. So Ms. Hay has said, well, there are payment agreements for those who do find it difficult to pay. So that will be interesting to see the feedback, but this problem really needs to be fixed. It's just not fair. The second thing is I will vote for the parking. It's not like me to be pragmatic, but I'll do it this time, but only because it's for a short amount of time. This should not be seen as a long-term commitment. We need to get back to our general policy direction, which is getting people to shift modes. But I do want to thank officers for all their hard work. It's been a long day, but we're definitely getting somewhere. And I really look forward to some of the engagement around building issues. Kia ora.
Councillor Condi, the seconder of the substantive.
Yes, how exciting, thank you. I just wanted to start off by saying I think that this is, as our third budget, I do think we should be really proud because this budget does continue to tackle things that have been in the too hard basket, sometimes for decades. And, you know, we can see that in the consultation document where we're looking at the landfill extension and what we're going to do about residual waste, and the really difficult conversation that we're going to have about social housing and whether we need to move to a community housing provider. And I think those are really important conversations that have been put off for a very long time in the city. Just a reminder that we're really continuing to focus on the key strategic priorities that we identified in the long-term plan, which is thinking about water and other infrastructure, about nature and our environment, and also Māori partnerships and how those are working. So it's great to see these things carrying on. I just wanted to talk about two things in particular. One is that, unlike Councillor Pannett, I will not be supporting the idea of rolling back parking charges from 6 until 8 p.m. For the next year. I supported parking discounts as part of the pandemic response package only because they were very temporary and tied to the peak of Omicron and the wave that we're experiencing at the moment. If we do see another future wave, or if this Omicron wave plays out in an unexpected way, then I would certainly be open to extending that pandemic response package if needed. But I will not and cannot support rolling back paid parking charges. This is really about making sure that we are charging for the full value of the use of the land that people use when they park on it. It's a really important principle that people actually need to be paying for the value that they are using. And at the moment, when we charge from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m, you can arrive at 6 o'clock, pay for your 2 hours, and stay past 8 o'clock. If you're at a movie, you're going out for dinner or a drink, you can stay past 8 o'clock, the charging finishes. That's no problem. You can stay from 6 until 10 o'clock if that's what you need to do. I just cannot support that we would roll that back for 12 months, and particularly when it involves $1.9 million worth of revenue. I think that this is a really something that I just can't support. On the theme of charging for the full value of the use of our public land, I also want to talk about encroachment fees, which is that I think this is really important that this is coming to us. Based on these estimates at the moment, we're only charging about a quarter of the full value of that land currently in encroachment fees. This clearly needs to rise over time. It means that essentially all ratepayers are subsidising those few ratepayers who have an encroachment and are using it for a garage or a carport or something like that. It's not the basis how we would normally go. That's a private benefit that should be being paid for by those property owners. There's a question there about whether we've got the number exactly right. I think it has to go up. The officers have proposed that we increase it to $26 per square metre, which is at a 100% increase. But that still would only be, at that point, about half the full value of the land. So they are proposing that we bring it up to the full value in a transitionary way, and that this is the first step of that. Again, I'm happy for that to go out for consultation, for us to have a conversation with the community about whether that number is too high or too low. And I think that it'll be interesting to see where we get to at that point. Those were the only two specific things I wanted to say about the substantive. I'll finish just by thanking all of the staff who have worked so hard on this. It's such an enormous process, and I know we're only halfway through, but let's celebrate this milestone while we have it. And particularly to the Mayor and the Chair, who I know have been working on this a lot in the last few weeks to bring it to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Kia ora koutou. So a brief one from me. I guess I am going to be reluctantly supporting the special consultation on city housing, And I really wanted to delay it because I've been on the phone over the weekend to tenants, to organisers in the community who are genuinely and legitimately concerned that they're not going to be able to participate in this consultation because it's online. And obviously there's been lots of ways that have been figured out to get around that, but I guess I am still concerned that that might not be enough to make sure that their voices are heard. But I guess for me, the bigger picture here is there are conversations going on in the background, and I guess that also matches my frustration is that I don't know what those conversations are. The tenants don't know what those conversations are. Some councillors don't know what those conversations are. And I'm just asking that, you know, because we don't know what those are and what's going on, I don't want to undermine anything that could benefit tenants. But at the same time, we do need transparency. Like, it's not, no one can deny that the Crown has a significant influence over the next few steps that we will make around our council housing. And all I think anyone is asking for is for some transparency and some assurances that tenants will be able to pay their rent, that their aspirations for the future of their homes will be honoured, that their experiences with city housing that they appreciate and that have improved their lives can continue to happen, and just that they're heard. I mean, I think that's all they've ever asked for. They're a group within our community who deserve the very best. They make our city what it is, and I don't think it's too much to ask that they are listened to. I guess my main point is that I do think council and councillors really need to prepare for what might happen if this consultation comes back and people want council to fund city housing. Like, I think that's probably the big hole for me at looking at the annual plan documents is, yes, I can see clearly how a chip can be set up, but I'm not seeing a pathway forward here if people opt for council to rates fund and debt fund council housing. So that's still quite a concern to me, because if that comes back and a majority of people want that, I don't think we're prepared to pay for that, both as an institution, but councillors as well. So, yeah, I guess all I would ask for is please more transparency, and you know, I accept that we have time pressures, but I really don't like this use of the word insolvency being used over and over again, because that is a political choice. The city housing's cash reserves being run down is preventable and as a political choice that we could change this year in the next few weeks. We can put more money into city housing. In fact, we have to anyway, because once a chip is set up, we still need to continue subsidising the rents of our existing tenants, and we still have to continue upgrading our housing that is not up to standards, or not up to many different standards. So this will still cost money, no matter what we do, whether we set up a chip or not. And it's not a reason to bypass tenant consultation. So I'll be looking to make sure that tenants can be heard where possible, and yeah, I guess I just thank everyone for their work that they're doing on city housing, and you know, it's the most important work that we're doing. And then finally, I will not be supporting the parking changes from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. For obvious reasons that I talked about last time. So yeah, kia ora everyone, thank you, and thank you to the chair as well for working really hard to make provisions for tenants to be able to participate in this consultation, and to Stephen as well, thank you for that, and thanks to all the officers for all of their work on this annual plan. Kia ora.
Thank you. Now, before I go to the last couple of speakers and the right of reply, I think we should, I'm getting nervous about the time, so I will move that we extend the time. I guess, do I need a seconder? Councillor Condi, and can you please vote?
That's carried with 14 votes in favour and 1 against, and Councillor Young against.
She's consistent. All right, now we'll go back to the speaking order that we had. I believe was it Rush then Foon, Foon then Rush. Off you go, Councillor Foon.
Foon always ahead of Rush. Yeah. Always. Yeah, kia ora, and Councillor Paul, thank you for your words just then. And I would like to start by acknowledging the work that you are doing, really carrying and really holding our tenants at this time. It is a very uncertain time for them, and I just acknowledge the work that you are doing in that space. And for me, I do want to acknowledge that it is far from ideal that we are going out to consult without having a clear idea of what the other party is talking about, so that our tenants know everything that's on the table. So I will be voting to go out with the consultation, but I really am disappointed that we are in this space with it. And I think it's unfair to our tenants that they can't see the full picture. So I am not happy about it, but I understand the position that we are in. Just back to other things. Thank you regarding the transition from pesticide use. I do thank officers for bringing the idea that we need to understand how much we're actually using, where we are using it, how we are using it, and the impact that this will have. And that this report or knowledge will come through in the annual plan next year. I'm happy with that. But I do want you to know I'll be staying hot on the tail of this one, particularly around where we're using it, around where children are, residual runoff into waterways, and particularly around food systems. The residual waste consultation paper, thank you, Councillor Condi, for reminding me that this has been a 2-year headache. When I put my hand up for council and then I discovered that we were looking at a landfill extension, this has been a rocky road. But it's good to get to this point. But once again, it's not ideal that we are taking this out to consultation without a waste minimisation plan to say the flip side of this is what we are going to do. But that will be coming later, but it just feels like a one-sided discussion on a very whole picture. I have made some feedback on this that can be made under editorial license, so didn't need a formal amendment, and Baz will be able to verify that. On parking, I won't be supporting this as it is not consistent with the direction of our city. I agree with Councillor Condi. If there is one place where we could be where this is a place to make some money, this is it for me. And I think we all appreciate we need to pay something. So I won't be supporting that. Encroachments, nice work, officers. It's really good to see that coming forward. And I really appreciate all the work you've done to get us to this place on the annual plan. It is mighty. Overwhelming. So thank you for all the mahi. And that's it from me.
Councillor Rush.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Somewhere my hand came down, but yeah, I'm happy to see this go out for consultation. I'm a little bit, I was quite surprised when I rocked up in my house in Roseheath and found out that I had to pay this annual fee to the council to use the driveway. I just thought, what's that about? And here we are talking about it today. And I kind of think, well, you do have a sort of a right to access your property, and if you've got big stuff that you want to bring in, I do think I'm just sort of thinking that the idea that we just use the value of the property as the metric doesn't really necessarily reflect the true value, because if people live on a hill like I do, you do need a more vehicle. If you've got more kids, anyway. But we'll see how that comes out. But otherwise, I'd just like to say thanks to the officers for pulling it together at a very difficult time. We all know, and we've all been through it actually. So well done to all of us.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I was putting the amendments that were passed in terms of the tree planting. because for the very same reasons why I didn't support the amendment. Been very happy to have supported an amendment that delayed consultation on city housing. I think there's too much up in the air at the moment. I know there was some sort of secret meeting with the minister last week. We don't know what the outcome of that was. I'm really worried that the Beehive is dictating to us what we do with our social housing.
I think, Councillor, secret meeting is not an accurate reflection of what happened. So could you please stop talking about it that way?
Okay, well, the outcome was secret because we don't know what it is. So, you know, maybe not the meeting, but the outcome is
I think the outcome is not determined yet.
Right. So it's not determined. So we're going out to consult on something that hasn't been determined. So I do have a difficulty with that, especially as majority of the tenants in our homes at the moment are tenants that would have to be housed through government public housing and would have been entitled to income-related rents. So it is disappointing that we're having to go out to consult on something that we don't have all the information on. And also, whilst we made decisions last year, I don't think we were expecting to be in the Omicron wave at the moment. And we know for the next couple of months, it's going to be particularly tough for people to have face-to-face visits, and not only if they're willing, but actually people to be out there with them. And so it is, and also people with English as a second language, and also where they don't have good access to the internet. I know that on the Mayor's Task Force, we have tenants' voices on there. And I know their internet access is quite challenging at times. So for them to be able to engage in this, I do have concerns, and hope it's not going to be treated as a bit of a tick box exercise, because for this one area, it's something that we do have a moral and social duty to make sure we exceed our engagement approach. It's a bit different to the Waste because I know there's been a lot of pre-engagement with the community on this, and I know Councillor Fern's been very involved in this. So people are well aware of what some of the options are. So yes, so look, that's, as I said, is I would have much preferred that we had delayed engagement on the city housing until we had all the information, all the facts. And we're not being driven by the Beehive. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Day.
Kia ora. I just wanted to say a really big thank you to the City Housing team who have reassured us today in the question and answer time that all of the efforts that they have and will go to make sure that our tenants are well supported and engaged with through this process. I think it's a bit of a misnomer to think that in a few weeks Omicron is going to be finished and we're going to be out of the woods and that suddenly consultation is going to be easier, engagement is going to be easier. I think, you know, with the borders opening, we are only probably a few steps away from having another variant. Who knows what's going to happen? I'm not sure that we can guarantee that it's going to be anything easier over the next 12 months even. Look, we're 3 years down the track. And I think the reality is that what our tenants need is some reassurance that we're taking this really seriously and that we really care about the fact that their rents are not affordable right now. And that is a big concern. 70% is it's not okay. You know, we've got to be saying we are doing everything we can to question this and to find a way through. So I'm really reassured by what we've been told by the City Housing team and the council staff around the process, and that it will be as thorough as it can possibly be. Thank you.
We are nearly there, folks. I am going to return to Mayor Foster for his right of reply.
Woohoo, thank you. Well, we are almost there then. Okay, so I won't be very long. First one is just to say, in terms of some of the amendments which were passed, just thank you, Councillor Matthews and Councillor O'Neill, for the amendment that you brought on library fines and on picking up the wero and upping the game on the even further on the restoration budget. In terms of, I don't think I'll respond to any of the other amendments which were made. Just a couple of other things. Thanks to the comments around the encroachment policy, councillors. I think it will be interesting to see the feedback that we get on in terms of what the number is. And those of you who said that some sort of differentiated approach, I think Councillor Pannett, you said that, you know, we had the debate several years ago, which was basically we charge the same amount for a square metre in Maherehere as we do in Oriental Bay, and it just doesn't make sense. Councillor, a couple of you raised the issue of the parking charges, and I get why you would say that we want more people walking, cycling, using PT, even though at night a lot of people won't do it anyway. I guess the question is, in terms of there is that part of our policy, but there's the other part, which is our parking policy. What is the level of demand for those spaces? And I guess when we've got a smarter parking arrangement, then we'll see what parking prices are justified in different parts of the city at different times. And I think, for me, that's the one that I think the word faffing around was used. I can't remember, Councillor Condi, I think that was you who said that, yeah, in the last debate. And I think once we've got a smart parking approach, then we can actually say, look, this is the price that actually makes sense because the level of demand is high, low, whatever it is at this time. So that for me is the one which I'm okay with it at the moment, because hopefully by the end of 2022, 2023, and that was the year we're going into, that smart parking is available. Thanks also, Councillor Condi, for acknowledging that. Look, I'm proud of this council. We've had our ups and downs at times, but what we have done is we've tackled big stuff. We've tackled big stuff that other councils have avoided, and the landfill and the social housing are two of those, and they're just on top of all the others that we've been tackling. And I think that is something which I think we should all feel proud of taking on the tough things and not shirking them. In terms of the social housing, particularly Councillor Paul, look, I think what are the assurances I can give you? The first one is that we do need to do everything that we can to engage with our tenants. That is part of what the social housing task force is about. But also our staff are clearly going to make sure that happens. We all need to make sure that happens as well. That is really, really important. And I think it's important that we try and make sure that everybody actually understands what the options really are, because on one hand, you've got if people, you say, if people come back and say, well, look, council, you should do it all and you should rates and debt fund it. I just think that puts council's social housing in a very, very vulnerable position. I think the costs will be so enormous that it just puts it really back as a political football, and I don't want to be in that place. I've seen it before, and I don't want to be in that place again. The other thing, of course, it would do is even if you said, well, we're willing to stump up on a rate side, on a rent side of things, how would we then go about saying we actually want to invest in expanding the housing stock? And I just think that will be so difficult to do under the model that we've got at the moment for council to afford that. So we might say we'll pay a fortune for affordability for tenants. We certainly couldn't achieve sustainability for the council, and I don't think we could achieve additionality either. So I just don't see that as a credible proposition unless the government is willing to support that kind of proposition. But I would say, particularly Councillor Paul, Councillor Calvert, thank you for your ongoing work, and Deputy Mayor Free for your ongoing work on the council task force. And I think that that's going to be very valuable going forward alongside of this. And just to finish off, Councillor Rush, I don't know what your encroachment looks like, but driveways usually aren't chargeable, so there must be something else there that you've got. And if you haven't, I go and revisit it, because usually access ways are not things we would charge for. So go and have a look at that. And that's probably all I needed to cover. Except Councillor Calvert, you said you prefer to delay city housing. And I guess the question I would put to you is, having come to us and said you want to save money, at the end of the day, if we don't actually get on with this, it's a year wasted. And that year we are losing, as I said, at the moment, something like $27,000 a day on our social housing portfolio. The sooner we get this started, the CFO has said it's going to be quite a long road to get there, but you've got to start that long road. You've got to make the first steps on that long road. And the longer we take, the more painful it's going to be, the more expensive it's going to be. So for somebody who is saying that they want to save rates, you've got to start that journey, and you've got to start it now. It should have been started 3, 4, 5 years ago, but we have to start it now. And I think several of you said, when is the best time to plant a tree? It was 20 years ago. When is the best time to have started this housing problem, dealing with this housing problem? It was 5, 6, 7 years ago when we knew that was a graph of doom. When is the next best time? It's today. So let's do it.
All right, now we are going to go to the vote. Sean's going to bring up the resolution so we can have a look at what we want to take separately. We will be taking the encroachment fees separately because the Deputy Mayor has indicated that she's got a conflict of interest there. And I've also heard that the city car parking charges, we're going to take that separately. So is there anything else that people would like to take separate?
I think you had Councillor Calvert wanting to take the increased budget for the revegetation and restoration.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How should we do it, Sean? Shall we do our separate ones first and then do the rest, or?
That would be easiest for us, yes. So maybe
okay. 3,
then 5, then 7, and then everything else.
Okay, so we'll start with 3. That's the planting. Please vote.
Sorry, can we take 10 separately too, please?
Yes.
Right. So which one are we voting on now?
That's the planting, the trees.
So that is carried, 11 votes in favour and 4 against. Councillor Calvert, Young, Rush and Wolf against.
All right, and we'll just go back, Sean, and look at the next one because all of our brains are a little bit fried now. So this is number 5, this is the encroachment. We're taking this separately because of the Deputy Mayor's conflict of interest, so she doesn't have to vote.
That's carried unanimously.
Okay, and then the next one we're taking separately is the city centre parking charges, extending those till June 2023.
Just waiting, Councillor Day. So that has failed, 7 votes in favour and 8 against. Councillors Young, Calvert, Rush, Wolf, Deputy Mayor Free, Liz Kelly and Mayor Foster in favour.
All right, and then it was number 10, that's the differential. And please vote.
Just waiting on, I think, Councillor Fund. So that is carried. It's 12 votes in favour and 3 against. Councillors Young, Calvert and Wolf against.
Thank you, Sean. And now we'll just vote on everything else.
Can we just see what those are? Because I saw there was lots of stuff in red at the bottom. I'd like to vote against number 20.
Sorry, yes, so would I actually. Sorry, Rebecca, I forgot about that one.
Okay, we'll do everything but 20 and then we'll do 20. Sorry, Sean.
Just waiting on Deputy Mayor Free. That's carried unanimously.
All right, and then lucky last, 20.
It is carried 12 votes in favour and 3 against. Councillors Calvert, Pennant and Rush against.
Okay, so moving right along, we've got forward program and actions tracking. If anybody doesn't have any burning objections, we'll take those together. And I will move. Do I have a seconder? Do we need any officer advice? The Mayor is going to second. Do we have any, does the officers need to say anything?
No, Chair.
You just want to say, please make the herding stop? We'll vote on those together. Thank you, colleagues.
Those are carried unanimously.
All right, I just briefly want to thank everybody for all their work, both for making the meeting run so smoothly, but also all of the work that's gone in behind this annual plan. And I particularly want to thank the Mayor for his leadership. It's been great to work with you on this. And I'll say the karakia and we can maybe get in the sunshine,
just
everyone.
Before you do that, just before you do that, Councillor Matthews, thank you also for your chairing. I think you did a great job today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia ki te uru tapunui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua. I te ara takatu. Hoi ara e rongo whakaaria a ki kirunga. Kia wātia, ai rā, kua wātia. Thanks, everyone. Get some fresh air.
Well done, Chair.
Very good idea.
Amazing cheering. Thank you.